Good evening. The Planning Commission of February 5th, 2020 will come to order. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Secretary will call the roll.
Commissioner Tolson? Here. Commissioner Hodge?
Here.
Commissioner Rice?
Here.
Vice Chairperson Castleberry?
Here.
Chairperson Mann?
Here. May I have a motion for the approval of the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda.
Motion was made by Commissioner Hodge. May I have a second?
Second.
Second was made by Commissioner Tolson. Unless any objections, the agenda approves, or the agenda stands approved. May I have a motion for approval of the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes. Second.
Motion was made by Commissioner or Vice Chair Castleberry. Second was made by Commissioner Rice. Unless there are any other objections, minutes are approved. And we're going through quick. Declaration of conflict. The Secretary will read the declaration of conflict.
If any member of the Planning Commission may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time.
Are there any declaration of the conflict? Seeing none. Before we get to public statements, I have a couple opening remarks. Good evening. Welcome to the Planning Commission. Since this is my first quasi-official meeting since been elected chair 2 weeks ago, just a few housekeeping rules. If you have a cell phone, please put it on to silent, off, airplane mode, something. When you're at the podium speaking, and I encourage everybody to take their time, speak as much as they want to talk about, there's certain time limits, but face the dais, because you're on camera and there's a microphone. If you turn your body to face the audience, the people at home on TV won't see you and the microphone won't pick up your voice. So when you do talk, please face us. On the side of the podium is a little lever to make the podium go up and down. They spent a lot of money to build that thing to go up and down. Use it. I will try to call 3 names at a time. So when you hear your name, if you can kind of work your way out of your seat towards an end aisle will be great. That way we can kind of keep this thing going on. With that said, let's go on to public statements. This is the time allotted for public statements or comments on all items other than public hearing items. Is there anybody in the chamber wishing to be heard under public statements? That's not for an agendized item. Okay, don't all rush to the podium at one time. Is there any correspondence from the Deputy Director, City Planner?
Thank you, Chairman Mann. On the dais tonight, we do have some additional correspondence that has been received since the Planning Commission packet was distributed last Friday. The first is a letter that the city received from the Department of Housing and Community Development Department, and that one is dated February 3rd. The purpose of this letter is to further advise the city of its obligations under the Housing Accountability Act, and that conditioning approval in a manner that renders the housing development infeasible may risk violation of the Housing Accountability Act in the same way as denying the project. So again, it's just an explanatory letter of some of the laws of state law. The other bits of correspondence we received since the packet went out was a letter from Michael Aronson, a letter from Judy Aronson, and an email from Donna Chisholm. Those have all been provided to you in your packets, and there's a copy for the public out at the table out in the lobby. Other than that, that's all we received.
Thank you very much. Nothing on consent calendar. Moving on to continued business. This is the time and place for public hearing and consideration of PD-S-1045, TP-S-685, and the project's environmental impact report. Are there any ex-parte communications to report?
I met with former Chairperson Hodge with the applicant and the applicant's attorney after the initial public hearing to discuss possible changes to the project, which will be discussed tonight.
Any other ex parte?
Yes. Yeah, I did meet with Commissioner Castleberry, the applicant Alex, the representative from the applicant Alex Gevorkian, I'm sure I mispronounced his last name, with his attorney Barbara Macri Ortiz. I met with residents within the city, specifically Karen Redberg, Ann McCarthy, a very nice person by the name of Tony, whose last name I'm sorry I didn't write down, Mr. Russ Nestor, and a Robert Cole.
Thank you. May we have an oral report on this matter by staff?
Thank you, Chairman Mann. Before we introduce the project, I'll give you a little bit of outline of what we'll be covering tonight in the staff presentation. We'll be providing a kind of a recent chronology. Maybe not everybody in the chambers here tonight has been aware of what's been happening over the last couple of months, so we'll give you a brief chronology of that. We met with the applicant. We discussed possible project changes and conditions of approval, and that will be discussed a little bit tonight. At the last meeting 2 weeks ago, we had about 22 speakers from the public come up and speak, and they expressed a lot of concerns, but we weren't able to respond to those concerns, all those issues that were brought up by the community. So we'll do our best in the staff presentation to highlight some of the answers to those questions that were being raised at that meeting. And then finally, we'll discuss a little bit about the Housing Accountability Act and this most recent letter that we received from the state of California. So other than that, I'll turn it over to our staff. Tonight we have Senior Planner Sean Gibson to do, he's the project planner. We have our housing planner, Eric Chen, here tonight, and our principal traffic engineer, Justin Link, that are here to provide support and answer questions. So I'll turn it over at this point to Mr. Gibson.
Good evening. The applicant, AMG and Associates, is requesting approval of a plan development permit and tentative parcel map to construct a 278-unit, 4-story apartment complex with 83 affordable units. Also to remodel 8,100 square feet of the existing commercial retail space, consolidate the parcels to create 2 lots, and to consider the project's environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring program. The project site is shown here at the northeast corner of Alamo and Taplow Streets. The zoning is commercial plan development mixed use overlay. And this site is identified in the housing element as an opportunity area. This area was rezoned to mixed use to allow for residential uses in 2012 to be consistent with our housing element and housing needs allocation in order to comply with state law. As a recap, at the December 4th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission recommended denial of the subject project by a 5-0 vote. However, on December 16th, the city received a letter from the Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. And the purpose of this letter is to inform the city that if the city council denies the project, it risks violating provisions of a multitude of state housing laws with resulting consequences. If HCD finds that if a city's act or omission does not substantially comply with state law, housing element compliance may be revoked, and HCD may notify the Attorney General's office that the city is in violation of state law. In light of this, later on January 3rd, 2020, in consultation with the city's attorney's office, 2 planning commissioners, Commissioner Hodge and Vice Chairman Castleberry, met with the applicant in order to discuss some of the safety concerns raised at the December 4th meeting and issues regarding the project with the commission. Now later, on January 22nd, 2020, the Planning Commission had a discussion item to discuss their motion from December and whether there would be an option to reconsider their December 4th action. And the outcome of that meeting was, by a 4-0 vote, they vote to reconsider the project, which again is occurring tonight, February 5th, 2020. Just before this meeting on February 3rd, the city received a second letter from HCD reminding the city of the HAA laws and that any conditioning applied to the project that renders the project infeasible or reduces the project density is in effect a project denial. And we'll discuss that a little bit more in my presentation a little later. So right now, one of the issues was regarding possible safety issues at the Alamo Street driveway at the eastern end. And to shed light on that, our principal traffic engineer, Justin Link, will provide his input on why, what his outcome was on that.
Regarding the determination of a health or safety impact, staff conducted research to assess whether objective standards existed for driveway spacing. While there exist scholarly articles that would indicate a correlation between an increase in driveway density, that is, more and closer spaced driveways, and an increase in the propensity for conflicts with the potential for crashes, there are no known standards or requirements for driveway spacing promulgated by outside agencies, which would be a requirement in order to make that determination of a health or safety impact. It should be noted, however, that the hourly volumes on Alamo Street east of Taplow Street are approximately 500 vehicles. Of the studies that we reviewed, the data indicated that when traffic volumes are 500 vehicles per hour and the speed is 40 mile per hour or greater, such as on Alamo Street, driveway spacing had little to no effect on the number of conflicts representing potential crashes. That is, for less than 500 vehicles per hour, there was no correlation between increased driveway density and increased crash potential. Regarding restriction of the turning movements on Alamo Street, I believe, Sean, you have some background.
Yeah, so on January 3rd, with the meeting with the city attorney's office, the applicant's attorney discussed the possibility of revising the plans to modify the Alamo Street driveway to a right turn in, right turn out only situation, which would prohibit turning left into the project or turning left out of the project to go eastbound. That was brought to staff and presented to our traffic engineer, Justin, and since you looked at that, and what were your conclusions?
Again, based on the preceding discussion, there is no existing justification for restricting movements at this location. Restricting the driveway to right in, right out would also reduce the project to one full access driveway.
Can you slow down a little bit so we can understand you? I'm sorry.
Restricting the project to one full access driveway, that is left in, right out, would restrict the project to, again, the northernmost portion of the project, shown on the screen there, which also has a similar driveway spacing issue as the easternmost project driveway. Taplow Street also lacks a two-way left turn lane, which accommodates a two-stage left turn. That is, if you were making a left turn out of the easternmost project driveway, you would enter into the two-way left turn lane, which would then allow you to pull into eastbound traffic as a second stage. Taplow Street lacks a two-way left turn lane, and studies have actually shown, FHWA, TRB, that there is less propensity for crashes with the presence of a two-way left turn lane.
So in summary, the applicant's consideration of adding traffic restrictions on the east driveway is not consistent with staff's recommendation. However, the applicant did propose a couple minor revisions to the site at this meeting, and one was a consideration to install ladder-style crosswalks at Alamo and Taplow Street intersection, and also agreed to a condition to prepare a shared parking agreement on the commercial lot for overnight residential use. Here's the Taplow Street intersection as it is recently, and the upper image here explains basically what a ladder-style crosswalk, how striping is. This is just a random photo of a ladder-style crosswalk, but typically this will be proposed at the four corners of the intersection as a proposed condition. The second modification would be to allow, at the result of concerns from the public, to allow visitors and guests and tenants to park in the commercial portion of the project during non-business hours. This is allowed in the mixed-use overlay district by the city code, and a condition could be added to require the applicant to record this shared parking agreement to allow residential parking during non-business hours to gain approximately 33 spaces to the parking allotment. This slide shows the existing entry and exit points of the project. As we discussed right now, you could enter and exit on Alamo Street at the eastern end, full access. At the northern end of Taplow Street, you could turn in and out from both directions off of Taplow Street. However, the third driveway, you could only exit turning northbound on Taplow Street and only enter the site northbound Taplow as well. Anything southbound, you cannot accomplish into that second driveway. So we came up with a couple suggested traffic options as indicated in the staff report. These have not been fully vetted with the applicant, and it also may be difficult to condition these two requirements pursuant to HAA laws. The first one could involve removal of the existing concrete center median on Taplow Street, which would allow full ingress and egress from the middle driveway or the southerly driveway on Taplow Street. So you would then have two options to enter and exit the site from Taplow Street instead of one. This could alleviate traffic movements at the other two intersections by providing the additional egress and ingress, and could lessen conflicts with the abutting off-site driveways to give tenants, guests, customers various driveway choices to enter the site. This was not addressed in the traffic study as a requirement, but it could be considered as an added benefit to the project. Another suggested consideration was based off what was raised by many members of the public, is a lack of a left turn arrow on Taplow Street from Alamo Street. So eastbound Taplow Street, lack of a left turn arrow due to the fact of site visibility issues or excessive traffic perceived by the public. Now, the traffic study, which Justin will discuss further in our presentation, does not support the need for a left turn arrow for both traffic and safety thresholds. However, through a condition, the intersection could be studied after project completion to determine if a left turn arrow is warranted, and the condition could finalize a study, and the applicant could be conditioned to post an improvement bond to pay for the upgrades if the warrant is met at that time after completion. This was volunteered for another project in the city, and something that certainly could be considered here. Please note, however, again, that neither of these suggestions for the median removal or the monitoring study, these would have to be volunteered by the applicant, most likely, as it would be very difficult for the city to justify, as the traffic study does not warrant these conditions. Also, there was many concerns raised by the public, and we want to try to address some of these in my presentation, and if we leave out any of them, we'll certainly try to respond to them later in tonight's presentation and response. But one was, there was a lot of discussion regarding the building setbacks from the property lines on Taplow and Alamo Streets. Right now, the proposed building setback is approximately both 13 feet from the Taplow Street property line and the Alamo Street property line. And there are requested waivers to reduce the Taplow Street setback from 60 feet to 13 feet, and the Alamo Street setback from 22.5 feet to about 13 feet as well. Now, these studies were analyzed for site safety at the intersection and found to be compliant. This is a real-life example of a approximately 4-story building on a corner of a similar-sized street intersection. And these types of setbacks have been approved already in various city locations, including Taplow Street, Los Angeles Avenue, and the recently approved Farmers Building redevelopment on Cochran Street, which was approved by the City Council. These setbacks with buildings closer to the street are typical for new development across the region, and safety in related to the building setback is really not found to be a significant issue. Next, there was some reference to showing the interface between the project and the properties to the north and east. This is the applicant's rendering of the northerly property line with the existing commercial building remodel with the apartments behind here and the existing townhomes to the north. Right. So, more specifically, this is a cross-section provided by the applicant. At this particular location, which is approximately halfway back to the 4-story component, there would be approximately 118-foot separation between the new apartment building and the townhome structures to the north. There is a small section further to the west, which provides an 85-foot separation, which is not on a separate section, but there's about an 85-foot separation between the closest townhome building and the proposed apartments, for reference. This is the Alamo Street interface between the apartments to the east of the project and the proposed 4-story apartments. This separation, for the most part, is approximately 140 feet between the apartments and the existing townhomes, with the exception of the one building, apartment building, which is closer, which is about a 65-foot building separation. However, there are fewer windows in this location of the building close to this apartment building. So this basically just explains the proposed conditions for those that may not have been aware of that. Now I'll turn it back over to Justin. He'll respond to some of the issues regarding the traffic study and Bernard Street.
At the last meeting, there were some concerns raised by the public regarding how the traffic study was prepared. As is the case with most jurisdictions, traffic impact reports are prepared by a third-party consultant retained by the developer. This provides an arm's length relationship between the city and the developer. It could be a conflict of interest for the city to prepare a study on behalf of the developer, given the city's authority to ultimately approve the project. Once the traffic impact report is submitted to the city, staff reviews the study and provides comments and corrections to that study, which are then addressed prior to the project being deemed complete. It is incumbent upon the city to review the traffic study or any studies that are submitted thoroughly, as the study is a component of environmental compliance and also determines the project's traffic impact fee responsibility. In addition to conforming with the city's guidelines for the preparation of traffic impact reports, which are written and established, the traffic impact report prepared for this project contains additional analyses not normally required. They include pedestrian conditions at the intersection of Taplow and Alamo, school peak hour level of service analysis, driveway queuing, on-site circulation and stacking, signal warrant analysis for the Taplow Street and Adam Road intersection, the protected left turn analysis mentioned previously, and the collision summary at and around the project frontage. There were also some concerns raised regarding why Bernard Street was omitted from the traffic study. Best practices within the field of traffic engineering generally guide the assumptions made for the preparation of traffic impact reports. These best practices assume drivers will naturally follow the most efficient route of travel, facilitated by a network of hierarchical streets based on their carrying capacity, speed, and points of friction. In other words, drivers will follow the path of least resistance. Given the project's location on Alamo Street, vehicular traffic will tend toward the wider, faster streets adjacent, such as Tapo Canyon Road, Tapo Street, Stern Street, rather than smaller residential streets where there are greater concentrations of friction points, such as driveways, on-street parking, etc. Unless the final destination is on Bernard Street, it is unlikely that there will be significant cut-through traffic on Bernard Street. Further, as the city's transportation analysis model omits local streets, it is not possible to analyze future traffic scenarios for intermediate intersections on Bernard Street between the project and Stern Street, such as Bernard and Tapo or Bernard and Cadota. However, it can be inferred that even if every project trip, which has a final destination of Stern Street or to the east, were to use Bernard Street, there would be no impact to any of the Bernard Street intersections based on standard traffic engineering analysis methods, which indicate no AM or PM peak hour impact at the intersection of Bernard or Stearns. So the reasoning going that if there is no impact of Bernard or Stearns, which is where all the project's traffic currently heads, if you were to reroute all of that traffic on Bernard, there would be no impact.
As previously discussed, pursuant to the requirements of the Housing Accountability Act, a local agency shall not disapprove a housing development project for very low or moderate income households or condition approval in a manner that renders the housing development project infeasible for development for use of very low or moderate income households, unless it makes written findings as summarized on the screen and in the staff report as also previously addressed at the December 4th meeting. Because no specific adverse health and safety impacts have been identified that are substantiated with the preponderance of the evidence as required by the Housing Accountability Act, staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend to the City Council approval of the project and to certify the environmental impact report. And this may include the two proposed conditions, which we could read into the record when we get to that point, and any other changes volunteered by the applicant. This concludes our presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Mr. Gibson, the slide that precedes the slide that's on the screen right now, what number is it? I want to refer to it later. I want to be able to find it quickly. So can you tell me what slide number immediately precedes?
Which?
Yes, that slide right there. What slide is that? I want you to be able to find it quickly.
Slide 21.
Thank you so much. That's all I have right now.
I asked a question last meeting when we voted to bring this back of the Environmental Sources Director, and I just want to ask it again for anyone that's in this audience that wasn't here last meeting. What does it mean if the Housing and Community Development Department finds us not in compliance and revokes our certification of our housing element? What would the impacts of that be to the city?
Yeah, if the state of California found that we were not in compliance with our housing element, we would have our housing element decertified. And the most significant impact from that sort of decision is that we would lose local control of all the planning and building that occurs in the city, meaning we would not be able to issue permits, we would not be able to issue planning permits or building permits. Those would be done by a court or some other sort of decisive body. And that's the most significant impact.
So
there are others as well.
So there wouldn't have to be a public hearing or any opportunity for public comment in that case?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions of the staff? I got one regarding traffic. When you say there's no impact, what exactly does that mean? Because certainly there's going to be more cars driving down the street. What is the definition of no impact?
An impact is a change in the level of service. So currently, and there is a change pending that we will discuss as future projects come before the Planning Commission. But right now, an impact based on our standards in the general plan is that if a project reduces what's known as a level of service or how an intersection operates to a level of service of D or worse, so D, E, or F, then it is an impact. If the intersection continues to operate at level of service A, B, or C, then there is no project-related impact.
What is in the traffic study, what is the level of service at, let's say, Bernard and Stearns?
The existing level of service at Bernard and Stearns is A.
And with the proposed development going in, what would the level of service be?
A.
Stays at A. So it
Correct.
doesn't get to B, C.
It does not.
Okay. And how many cars approximately right now pass through that intersection?
I can give you peak hour numbers.
Okay.
I'd need a quick calculator, but approximately 1,000 vehicles during the AM and PM peak hours.
And without a calculator, after the project is done, how much is that number going to
The
increase?
project adds an additional 78 trips in the AM and 74 trips in the PM.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of staff? We're going to open up the public testimony portion of the hearing. Would the applicant like to present the project? No?
My name is Barbara Macri Ortiz. I represent the applicant. And what we'd prefer to do is just listen and after respond to questions of it, that anybody has. I think we presented this project. It's been presented a number of times, so we'll just wait. Whatever questions you have, or we can deal with it at that time, okay? If that works for you.
By all means, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So far, no questions of the applicant. Make it easy. Is there anyone in the chamber wishing to speak or be heard on this matter? So we're going to start with, I'm going to read off the names of all those that are in the chamber that have filled out a green card and have indicated they are in opposition and they do not wish to speak. When you hear your name, if you've changed your mind and you want to speak, by all means, just raise your hand, tell me you would like to speak, and I'll move your card from the do not speak pile to the speak pile, feel free. If you're in the chamber, you came in late and you haven't turned a card in, by all means, please come down, turn a card in, either to speak or not to speak. While you're all doing that, I'm going to go ahead and start. What is that? Okay. So starting with, and I'm just going to read the name, those that are in the audience that do not wish to speak, that are in opposition. Paula Christensen. Daryl Gordon, and I will apologize now if I butcher your name in some way, shape, or form. Howard Hoffman. Maria Hoffman. These are cards again that do not wish to speak and are in opposition. Maria Hutchinson. David Weil. Doris Gorel. Robert Gorel. Dolores Sheldor, and again, I apologize for the names. Jeannie Zivan. Tom Boland. Monroe Charles, or Charles Monroe. Speak. You wish to speak, sir? Candy Niger. Eduardo Navarro. Again, these are cards that do not wish to speak, that are in opposition. James Groth. You wish to speak? Sorry. Linda Groth. Nancy Prager. Again, I'll apologize yet again. Vadim, help me out here. By Bikov, looks like Scey. John Streckler. Kathy Streckler. Blue Chavara. Jack Ward. Barbara Swinson. Charles Swinson. Steve Rosette. And there's like 75 names. Don Jaderberg, Bill Morley, Deborah Cole, Chris Phillip, Bill and Kathy Mahal, Patrick Clunas, Andrew Skipper, Joyce Ryan, Donna Jarrett, Pat Ryan, Karen Randolph, Michael Court, Cheryl Contesser, Jerry Hamlin, Harold Contesser, and I butchered that name and I do apologize, Michelle Brooks, Scott Nelson, M. Bulott, Jakin Stecker, Jim Slattery, STSELTER. And I can sympathize because I'm sure my staff says my writing's just as bad. Monica Ferrer, Anna Vichekian, Kimberly Michael, Janice Martin, Sean Hart, Sandra Kraus, Gladys Stoutenberger, Eric Stoutenberger, Daphne Bolsama, Judy Scheibel, Barbara Merrill Manley, Linda Moore, Aiden Idesky, Keith Kelly. Sorry, it actually is checked, wish to speak. Maria Okos, Denise Pistone, Carl Waite, Tim Weimer.
I'd like to speak.
It's over in the speak pile. Janelle Weimer. Something Kovanian, the card that was just handed to me. They're in opposition.
In opposition, it doesn't say whether or not they do not wish to speak.
Okay. Are these speak or not speak? Thank you. Scott Kennedy, Kim Huck, Tony Hawk. Again, these are cards that do not wish to speak and are in opposition. Carol Tomier, Julie Damien, and Nick Damien. Those are all the cards that I have that are in opposition that do not wish to speak. If you have another card to turn in, please do so. Okay, these cards are those that wish to speak. I'm going to call out 3 names. First one, come on down. The next 2 trying to work your way to the podium. You have 5 minutes. There are 3 lights on the podium, green, yellow, red. Just like traffic, green, start speaking. Yellow, start speaking really, really fast. Because when it turns red, that's when you have to stop. So, first to the podium, Mike Bliss, followed by Tim Weimer and Keith Kelly. So, Mike, you're up.
Hi. As far as I can understand, nothing has changed from the previous meeting that these gentlemen on my right presented to us. As far as I can see, we're still at a 4-story height, which is way out of character with Simi Valley and probably all of Ventura County. And it's also out of character with the surrounding developments, which is Alamo Villas, where my son lived for a while, and those farther west, all the way over to Tapo Canyon. I just want to say that there's these threats from the state to build more housing, but it's not a blank check. The city and the planning commissions of cities have to recognize that there's a certain level or certain standard that must be reached before a development can proceed. And I don't think this development fits into that category by any means. It's way out of character for that area. If they want to see what reasonable development, you're just going to check down in Simi near the, near Madera, and where they're developing their Stratus and those other developments, which are lower thing. The thing is, we're not San Fernando Valley. We have a line up there, that Rocky Peak, that says we are in Ventura County, and a lot of people that live here are here because we're not San Fernando Valley and what's happening over there. And if you want to see what's happening over there, I suggest anyone take a drive and see the huge developments that are there, and the traffic is just horrible. My two daughters live there, and that's the case over there. So I really feel that since no changes in the height level have been made or suggested by this group over here, I would recommend or hope that you would reject it as you did the first time. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Weimer?
Hi, I live on Adam Road, and I questioned the traffic study about the corners of Bernard and Stern. I mean, I don't really actually care about the corner. It's driving down the street of Bernard. We don't have sidewalks. We have people riding horses down the street. People fly down those streets today. We do nothing in the city to prevent that we don't put in speed bumps. We don't do anything to reduce the amount of traffic that is cut through there. You said there's about 1,000 people that make a turn on there. Well, there's not 1,000 people that live on that street. People are taking that as a shortcut. They're not going down to Stearns or down to Cochran and Alamo. They're taking the shortcut, which is right down Bernard, and they still cut down Adam and have to make a turn, but they still fly down those streets. So I really question whether or not that's a safety issue or it's not a safety issue. So I think that's really something we want to consider. Now, I'm not saying we want sidewalks on our street, because that's why we live there. We don't want sidewalks, but just consider that. Thanks.
Thank you. Keith Kelly, followed by Charles Monroe and Charlotte Clunas. Please, go ahead.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. I just wanted to make the point that, as I'm sure will be clear as the evening progresses, the community is overwhelmingly against this project. And the only reason it's being considered at all is because of the Housing Accountability Act and the density bonus law are essentially conspiring to force it down our throats. And so my question is more for City Attorney's Office, and that is, have these laws been tested in court yet? Or are we simply reacting to, what's essentially a government by fiat? I don't know how we most effectively can go forward on this, but it's a very big dilemma. You've got a project that, virtually no one in the city wants to have, and yet we're being mandated to have it by, groups of people that are way outside the city and know nothing about our life here. So I would be hopeful that the Attorney's Office can find some way that we can fight this, because it's the only reason we're going forward is because we're being pushed into it. That's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Monroe?
Thank you. I was asked by some of the neighbors to take a video camera down this morning and video the traffic. And then I had to take it back home, and I had to look at it twice to count the cars. They were going so fast. They were coming in slugs. The count at 8 minutes and 42 seconds was 360 cars. Extrapolate that to 10 minutes, you're looking at 400 cars in 10 minutes. And if they do this development, I'd estimate you're probably looking at 600 cars in 10 minutes. We're talking about the Sepulveda Pass 405. It's ridiculous. Secondly, I went up and down the street of Alamo, and I noticed from Fort Worth all the way down to Vaughn's, every single apartment house is 2 stories. Why do we need 4? For what reason? I don't know what it is, but I hope it isn't greed or they don't give a damn attitude about the people of Bellwood Track. I have a video here. If you want to see it, somebody wants to set it up, you can look at it, you'll see a mess. I mean, it is a traffic jam. There was a car that had to floor it, or he would have got hit. So guess what? I would not be surprised that this thing gets built. You're going to start seeing some accidents.
Mr. Monroe?
You want to put this to evidence?
Mr. Monroe, can I ask you a question? Can you identify the street and the time that you took this video?
It was roughly right about 7:30.
A.M.?
A.M.
And what street?
That was Tapo. Was standing right there by the entrance to, where you go in the entrance to get to the liquor store.
Okay, so Tapo Street just above Alamo.
Right.
In which direction was this volume traveling?
Both ways.
Both? All right, so this is the total number both ways?
Fast.
The number that you gave us, that was for both directions of traffic?
Right.
Thank you.
Eight minutes, 42 seconds. The count was 360. Extrapolate that, you're looking at 410 in 10 minutes. That's without the apartment building. With that, you could be looking at 600. And if you look at this, you'll see it's a nightmare trying to get out.
Mr. Caceres, what's the, I don't think, years I've been up here, I don't think anybody's ever offered to leave a video piece of evidence. Do we receive it?
You can.
Okay. If you were willing to leave it, then why don't you leave it with the secretary? And it'll become part of the record.
Thank you. Charlotte Clunas, followed by Barbara Gordon and Alan Mann. Different Alan Mann. Let's not go crazy here.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Clunas. I live in the Park Lane townhomes, which would be right next to this development. And to begin with, similar to what's already been said, I don't see a lot of changes being made from the developer. The only big thing is that they would be opening up their retail space to their to become visitor parking after hours. Well, right now the Pizza Hut doesn't even close until 11 o'clock. So I don't know when that visitor parking hours would technically begin for them. So that's one question that I would have. I don't know how many people are coming over to visit starting at 11. I know that when my parents come over, it's normally around 6. Going back to a lot of these traffic issues, we would have, what the developers want to use for their main entrances and exits for the current property, that was really for their deliveries. So a lot of times those trucks were coming in the evening when most of us were already asleep. So we didn't get the impact from the traffic during those points in times. For now, when we do have vehicles coming through we're kind of, and we're exiting at the same time. We're playing a little bit of Russian roulette. Is one of us making a left and one of us making a right? And during the last meeting that we were all here, we were told by the, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but over here one of the gentlemen said, well, if there was an accident, it would be low impact. It doesn't matter. An accident's an accident, and my insurance company's gonna make me want to pay my deductible, and my rates still might go up. So that's something we still need to fix. And looking at, I've seen that it looks like the Board of Commissioners here have tried to come up with some solutions, but it doesn't really look like the developers want to look at any of those. They just want to keep things as is. So we really don't have any solutions. We're still where we were last time. It's still a safety issue. Being at the Tapo Street Park Home entrance and exit, during peak hours for work and for school hours, sometimes we have to wait up to 5 minutes just to exit there. Now we need to also add in 500 new neighbors, maybe not 500 cars, but we're now playing Russian roulette and we've got busy cross traffic. So how much harder is it going to be even now to get out of our units? We're not renters, we are owners. We pay property taxes. We pay for Simi Valley. They're not. So I'm sorry, I feel like I have more invested here in the city of Simi Valley than a developer who's not even here. In regards to them asking for an exception to building their building closer to the street. Again, this is an accident waiting to happen. How many times have we seen accidents happen at intersections? One of the cars just goes spinning and we've seen it jump the curb, and if it wasn't for a brick wall, it would have gone into somebody's house. We're waiting for for a car to go into their building because it's only 13 feet away. We're looking at so many safety concerns, even though the plans are saying, oh, no, this is fine. We've seen this before. We've had too many accidents at this intersection already. Now, for those of us who live in Park Lane, the more we've been thinking about this, there's more issues that are coming up due to the height of either the plants they want to put in or due to the height of the building. For those of us who have satellite, all of our satellites point in the direction of where this building is going to go. The building goes up, those who have satellite, their satellite's gone. It's not going to work anymore. And I can hear you talking over there. So, also, for those of us, our HOA might not even be able to in the future think about going green. I see my time is up, so I will step away.
Thank you very much.
I'll stop my thoughts.
Barbara Gordon, followed by Alan Mann.
Well, I want to thank the Planning Commission for their intelligence and wisdom for turning down the project for the proposed apartment complex on Alamo and Tapo on December 4th, 2019. I feel that the proposed apartment complex is not safe or appropriate for this area for the following reasons. Number one, it's going to cause extra heavy traffic, especially in the morning between 7 and 8 when the school parents are taking the children to school. The traffic's very heavy already, and when you add the fact that the apartment complex people are going to work, and we're adding a whole lot of more cars at that busy time of day, it's dangerous. The traffic is going to be a lot heavier and impossible. It's going to be impossible, and it will cause accidents. Number two, the driveway problem. On Tapple Street, north of Alamo, just past Pizza Hut, the proposed driveway into the apartment complex is right next to the driveway into the condominium complex. A dangerous problem. If a car from the condominium complex driveway and a car from the apartment driveway are trying to turn at the same time in the morning with the heavy traffic, an accident is bound to happen. Actually, at any time, with driveways so close together, it is an accident waiting to happen, and it's really dangerous. And number 3, there's not enough parking. For the size of the apartment complex, there is not enough parking spaces, especially since there are many 3- and 4-bedroom apartments. The apartment people will be parking in the Texas tract, causing traffic in a residential area and causing another dangerous problem. And number 4, the height of the building and the closeness to the sidewalk and the 4-story building are too high and too close to the sidewalk. It will cause obstruction of sight for traffic leaving the apartment. The traffic on Alamo going east and west, it's going to cause a serious accident problem. For these reasons, I feel that this apartment complex project should be rejected for safety and well-being of this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alaman, followed by Elise Wheel and Russ Nestor.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you very much for letting me speak. And I live in the Park Lane condominiums, townhomes, and just today, coming to this meeting, I was turning south out of the complex onto Tappo, and I almost got clobbered by a car coming south on Tappo Street. And this is one of the reasons I try to avoid that turn, but sometimes I do not have a choice. I would suggest that the city engineer and maybe even the commissioners spend some time around that property during peak hours and see what the residents are concerned about. But what really scares me is the fact that all this is being dictated by the state. Who is in charge here? Is it the state? Is it the lawyer? I was here on December 4th, and I heard the lawyer bully this commission that you have no choice. Whose choice is it? Or is it for these kind of projects? Yes, I understand there is a need for affordable housing. But is there no other place in Simi Valley for this kind of project? For that location, a 2-story project is perfect. 3-story, 4-story, and all the traffic and noise, it just is not right. It's going to impact significantly on the community. Again, I live in the townhomes. I daily have to worry about somebody taking my reserved parking place. What's going to happen when this is built? Is there no other place for this project, no other reasonable alternative to make, if AMG really wants this, there's got to be a better place in Simi Valley for it. It does not fit at that location. Thank you.
Thank you. Elise Wheel.
Hi. I live in the Texas tract. I live on Fort Worth, and I haven't heard anybody talking about the safety issues on Fort Worth, but I haven't been to every meeting. So I just wanted to speak about Alamo and Fort Worth, that intersection. Alamo is heavily traveled street, and when I leave, I head south on Fort Worth, and I either make a right or a left on Alamo. It's almost impossible to make a left in the way it is right now. Too much traffic, too much volume, they're going too fast, and there's no light, there's no stop sign, and there are people, there's a bike lane, and bikers want to cross the street to go down Fort Worth, and there's no crosswalk other than at Tappa Street or further down on Texas Street. And so what do? They cross over 4 lanes of traffic, and the cars are going too fast. They're not keeping to the speed limit, and it's very dangerous. Also on Fort Worth, if you know the area, it's a L-shaped street, a dog leg, if you will, and it is a blind curve, and the traffic on that street is already out of control. The cars go way too fast, there's no speed bumps, there's no stops, and it connects Alamo with Tappo Street. There was a picture up here of Bernard Street, and it also showed Fort Worth and how it connects Alamo and Tappo behind the project. And I'm really concerned that a lot of traffic is going to be going down Fort Worth, which is our residential street that we live on. I live on Fort Worth. And there's parked cars on both sides of the street, and there's driveways galore, and there's bicycles and skateboards and kids and people walking their dogs on that street. There's no apartments, there's no commercial units of any kind. It's all housing. And it's already unacceptable, the amount of cars that go flying down Fort Worth, and you can't see around that blind curve. And I don't know if any tests or if there's any numbers for research that has been done in this area, but if there hasn't been, I'd really like to see something done to at least give us an idea of what we can expect to have happen once this project, if it is approved. How will it affect the Texas tract and the residential community that lives there, especially on Fort Worth and where Fort Worth intersects with Tappo Street and Alamo. We see cops sitting in the church parking lot on Alamo giving out tickets to travelers going east and west on Alamo Street. And so I know there's a problem there. I've seen, I mean, you have, if you live here, you know, you can't, the traffic is so fast down Alamo. Even if you're making a right-hand turn, you have to wait for a break from the lights because people are just coming too fast. And the distance between Tappo Street and Texas is a really long stretch with no lights or stop signs. And I just think it's an area that is going to be an area of accidents, and people are going to get hurt. We have recently had 40 to 50 homes built in the Texas tract that have also added to more traffic on Fort Worth. And I don't know what the maximum is that it can hold or what. I can't tell you how many cars go down it. I have no idea. I just know that I live there. It keeps me up at night with the cars racing down the streets and the motorcycles too. And I'm at home most of the day, and I'm outside in my front yard a lot, and I'm constantly seeing the traffic going down Fort Worth and subsequently on our streets of Sulphur Springs and Cadota, which is the next street over to the east. They have speed bumps, and traffic still races through there. Fort Worth doesn't even have a speed bump. It's a blind turn, and it was just earlier, I think last year, possibly the year before, that a car didn't make the turn and took out a parkway tree. Could have been a person. So my concerns are safety, and that's all.
Thank you. Russ Nestor, followed by Lyle Hibbs, and then Robert Cole. I think this is the first. I don't think I've ever seen a PowerPoint presentation or a movie. Mr. Nesser is just commenting, this is the first. I don't think I've ever seen somebody do a PowerPoint presentation, so congratulations to you.
Well, can we get this on the screen?
Yeah, she'll switch it in a second.
I can't even program a VCR. If you're asking me, you're in trouble. And yes, I said the word VCR.
But he can fix his typewriter.
Yes.
Well, you see, I had to have an IT staff fix this up for me. There we go.
Jen?
Okay.
Jen, you reset this timer.
So,
Oh, yeah.
I am a consultant in civil engineering, and the bulk of my time right now, since I retired from corporate life, is in accident investigation. So I feel I'm qualified to say some things about this, and I will. You've seen this before. I'd like to point something out. In the LSA traffic analysis, it shows left turns coming from southbound on Alamo, southbound on Tapo and into the project. That's an illegal traffic queue. You cannot cross a double yellow line, and that double yellow line is the gold standard for a street configured like that. So that's the first major error I found in that traffic study. The other one is in figures I'm going to show you. These double driveways juxtaposed are not addressed at all. The only analysis is for the new driveway. There's no analysis whatsoever for how to handle traffic in both driveways simultaneously. I'll leave you to read all the other numbers by yourself. Okay, so this is what it looks like on Tapo Street. All these red arrows, those are illegal movements. You can't have those. The only legal movements, you've got to be going north. Out of either driveway, you've got to be going north coming in. So any analysis showing any of those red arrows is a bogus analysis, and removing that double yellow line is really, it's malpractice for a traffic engineer to remove a double yellow line on an arterial street like this. This is the other driveway, the one on Tapo, on Alamo. So here's the driveway, the proposed driveway, which is exactly where the delivery driveway is now, which is not being used. And there's the Alamo Villas driveway. And these are all legal movements. Well, what catches your eye right away is, look at all these crossing points. And imagine coming out of this driveway and looking 6 ways at once to make sure you don't collide with anybody. God forbid anybody on the sidewalk at this point. This is not going to work, and there's a reason why there is no studies and data on this. It's traffic malpractice to design this intentionally. So nobody's really studied this because you just don't do it that way. So I've used the LSA Traffic Impact Report for basic data. It does generate a lot of data that's usable. But bottom line is there's a 100% increase going in and out of those driveways from what there is right now. What's not in the scope of the study, which renders it fatally flawed, is the adjacent driveways, the traffic entering from El Paso, which is only about 300 feet to the east, is not analyzed. The safety evaluations for crossing movements in and out of the driveways, those crossing arrows. There's no recommendations whatsoever for safe traffic controls, signage, signals, medians actually doesn't discuss that either. And there's no recommendations for remedial traffic safety if unsafe conditions result. So if we end up with a traffic hotspot and lots of accidents, there's nothing in that traffic report that you can go back to that says, oh, if this happens, just do this. The additional error is as I point out, there's no legal traffic queue turning left across Tapo Street. So, conclusions, you're going to have unacceptable delays in ingress, egress. You're going to have illegal and dangerous left turns as frustrated drivers make those illegal turns. You can expect accident hotspots at those points because of all the cross movements. You can expect a higher volume of traffic on surrounding residential streets as the drivers seek alternate routes. Keep in mind, coming out onto Tapo now, you can only go north. What if you're going to work? You need to get to the freeway. How are you going to get to the freeway? You can't make a U-turn anywhere on Tapo Street. So you're going to drive through a residential area to circle around to come back. So you are going to add all that extra to that. So, from a traffic safety perspective, I think the proposed project should not be approved from the traffic safety aspect. So what are the remedial safety alternatives if the project were to complete it as proposed? You can't put traffic signals in. You can't have two signalized intersections 30 feet apart. That's not going to work. Nobody's ever even tried it. Signage and striping are going to be ineffective for the same reasons. There's some absurd solutions here. You could staff a traffic control officer at the Tapo Street driveways twice a day, 6 days a week for life, or at least 50 years as long as the project is still there. You can construct a center divider in Tapo Street, which is okay. That eliminates some of the crossing movements, but you're going to add 2 miles per trip for everybody going in and out.
Need you to try and wrap it up.
Or you could purchase the property and reconfigure or demolish it. So there are no viable remedial solutions. So my point, I guess, is that I think at this point you have all you need to deny this project, as I understand the way the law reads.
Thank you. Sorry. Yes, please.
I do have this on a thumb drive if you wish electronic to
Please, go ahead and
make
accept it.
future copies.
Yes, I do have one question, though, for you. And by the way, very good PowerPoint presentation. You're the first one. On Alamo, you have turning into either the Alamo Villas or the proposed apartment driveway, red arrows showing that's not an approved turn. That was this slide here.
No. The not approved were the dashed arrows on the other one. So
Got it, okay.
I just used red again to indicate those left-hand turn crossing.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Okay.
Just point of clarification for me.
Okay, thank you.
Lyle Hibbs, follow that.
You took the words out of my mouth. Commissioners, city staff, and interested residents. The last time I was up here, I think I exceeded the red light, so I'm getting old, but not that old. 2 items I think need to be addressed. They've been addressed, but I think it's important for you to have some tools to go against these crazy laws that are putting these things into our neighborhood without us having or threat of suing us. We need to spread this all over the city, not just make it to this area. If you're going to put in high density, put it out at the end of Tapo Canyon, put it out at the end of Erringer, put it out at the end of Madeira. Get it out not in a community like we have here that's just great. As I told you before, I came here 56 years ago and moved into the same house in the Bellwood tract. And I've been watching what's going on. I've been watching the improvements going on and the buildings going on. They're all 1 and 2 stories. They're all 1 and 2 stories up there. You've got to have something go in there, I realize that. And you have to answer to the laws. But we've got to have some right. The thing to do is not put up a 4-story here. Let's spread it out over the community. Let's let everybody suffer with these traffic problems and things that we moved here for being torn away. Put it out in the other areas. Find other areas in the city. I know these people want to make an extra $20 million or $30 million. I'm very interested in the quality of life here. That's why I moved here from the San Fernando Valley. I did that, like I say, 56 years ago, and I'm in the same house, and I love the Bellwood tract. But I got to tell you, there's certain times of the day I will not go down Tapo right now. If you look at the study on the parking spaces, that doesn't go in. If you look at the number of people, you've got, what, 280 some units. Some of them are 4-bedroom. They're going to be low cost. You're going to see more than one family in those. You're going to see more cars coming out of there, and you're going to see people on the street walking their dogs. It's a problem now. You're going to see people exercising certain times of the day. I don't know, when the traffic study was made, I get the feeling it was between 9 at night and 4 in the morning. Because if you go down there, you take your life in your own hands. I'll tell you, if you make a left turn down there off of Alamo, either way, it's really worse if you're going east. You can't see the car coming. There's a new theory in California. If that light turns yellow, you floorboard it and get the hell through there before the red light comes. People are going through there. They're not stopping. They're going right through. We've already got a white bicycle down there. There's going to be a lot more white bicycles if we don't cut down on the number of people we're putting in there. My recommendation is, let's make it a 2-story. Let's not put a 4-story building in there. I know the aesthetics. I don't like the aesthetics, but I think you need some ammunition. I think you're getting ammunition tonight from the people, just like the gentleman that was here before me. He did a super job, and I think the staff should be looking at this type of thing. I don't think they see the details. I don't think they've been up there living in that area. It was just great when I first moved in 56 years ago. It was a 2-lane road with a ditch along the side, and it was almost dirt road. But as it expanded into something that fit into the community. It didn't compromise the safety. I complained when they went in up on Mars because of the valley fever spores up there, but nobody's gotten valley fever. So I was wrong on that. But it did increase the traffic. But people are going to be going to LA to work, and they're not going to be able to get out of that place. The people who are living there are not going to be able to get out of it. So I recommend that, and I think everybody here is in agreement, and I hope you folks are, I think you'll get enough ammunition to make this a 2-story development. And yeah, the profits will be bad, but that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Cole, followed by Lisa Atwood, and then Caitlin Atwood.
Good evening. My name is Robert Cole. I've been a resident of Simi Valley for 35 years, and am very concerned about the excess traffic and overdevelopment that will result from this huge project. I believe it's obvious to everyone here that the traffic study dated May 2018 is completely insufficient. There is no consideration for the additional traffic in the residential neighborhoods. The proposed development is for a 278-unit apartment with only 3 driveways, 2 of which are on Tapo Street. The morning commuters will be forced to turn right on Tapo Street and right up into the existing residential neighborhoods. There is no freeway on-ramp at Tapo Street, so the dense flow of traffic will be cutting through the neighborhoods, creating dangerous and congested traffic on these quiet residential streets. This is a nightmare in the making. Also, it is known fact that these large apartments always have many excess cars that are parked on the city streets. These excess cars will be parking in the existing residential neighborhoods. The driveway separation between the 2-story residential developments and the new building driveways is minimal and will create a dangerous condition as drivers try to turn right and left at the same time. This is poor planning. This project is in violation of the existing zoning codes This is not a mixed-use project. It is a 100% residential building with parking and leasing office on the first floor. The developer is seeking concessions to build an overheight building in excess of the height limits for residential use. The existing zoning limits for a residential building are 3 stories and 40 feet maximum at this location. The zoning code for mixed-use developments, section 9-44.105, clearly states that the building must be 25% commercial, with only commercial and parking on the first floor. Why are we redefining our own city requirements? The reason for this is surely to add an additional story of apartment units and build up to 55 feet high. The current code requirements for an enhanced parkway setback of 60 feet along Taplow Street is 60 feet along Taplow Street. The developer is seeking concessions to reduce the required setback to just 13 feet. That is a 47-foot reduction in building setback from the city sidewalk. And the required setback along Alamo Street is 23 feet and would be reduced to just 13 feet. Why are we violating our own established setback requirements? I've been working for the past 20 years enforcing zoning codes and building codes. I'm speaking from firsthand experience. This building would be an urban-style eyesore, a monument to excessive compromises and poor city planning. The Taplow Alamo site is in need of restoration. There's no question about that. But this building is over height, not a mixed-use project, and way too close to the city streets. Please do not let this happen to our city and our neighbors.
Thank you. Lisa Atwood, followed by Caitlin Atwood, and then Ann Reese.
Hi, thank you for listening to all of us tonight. As I've mentioned before when I've spoke, lived on Bernard Street, and I'm very concerned about the traffic on Bernard Street as it is today. I do marketing, I don't do traffic studies, but I'm pretty good at looking at numbers and seeing how they work. And from what I can tell in the traffic study, there's some major problems with the numbers that are in there. So according to the traffic study, there'll be about 3,100 average daily trips in and out. That's a lot of in and out cars coming and going. Also, according to the traffic study, if you look, 15% of that traffic comes off the Stearns off-ramp and onto Bernard Street. Bernard Street is zoned very low residential. So I don't know what the number of houses are in the area, but I can guarantee it doesn't justify 15% of the traffic that comes off of there today. The traffic that comes off comes very, very fast. I know that the information that was presented indicated that there would be no change once the proposed apartments are occupied. Because again, the traffic study was only looking at the intersections. It wasn't looking at what happens beyond those. And there was no study done because there was no identified area on the corner of Bernard and Taplow. So that shortcut where that comes through wasn't looked at, wasn't addressed at all. Interesting though, they did look at Adam Road and Cadota, which you couldn't get to either of those without coming down Bernard Street. Anyways, I'm just questioning, looking at all of the problems that I've been able to, as just a normal person who doesn't understand traffic studies, been able to identify with the traffic study. I think there's some major safety issues, and I'd like to request that we get that looked at again. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin Atwood.
Hi, my name's Caitlin Atwood. I also live on Bernard Street. I've lived there nearly my whole life, and there's always been a traffic issue on our street. I addressed it at the last meeting, that we're looking at a street that's not been well maintained and obviously not been looked at very effectively, because if you sit on our street, most people are flying down at 60. I will not let my child out of our front gate because I'm petrified that someone might fly by. There's delivery people that park on the street, not on the side of the street already, and there's already a traffic congestion issue with that. And again, it's not looked at. I'm not sure why. It's a part of the community. And what about those residents that have invested their time and money and resources in living in Simi Valley that already exist? I understand there's need for housing. I'm a young mom that would love to have my own house, but an apartment isn't what I want. And I don't know very many people that do want to live in apartments in a long-term sense. What about finding something with some ownership there, a 2-story building with some condos or townhomes where people can actually grow and live in their community that they love? It upsets me to see that this is being pushed by the state and that the Planning Commission sees their hands as being tied, because at this point it shouldn't be that way, because we're a city and we should be able to stand up for the values that the city has implemented in the past. I thank you for denying it the last time. I hope to see the same result again.
Thank you. Ann Reese, followed by Laura Altunian, and then Robert McDowell, sorry.
Hi, my name is Ann Reese. I've lived in Simi for 40 years. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak once again in front of this Planning Commission. This is an ill-conceived behemoth project that I can't believe has gone this far, that reasonable people can't look at this and say, absolutely not. This slide 21, the 5 things we can deny it is if it's not part of the general plan. Show me another 4-story apartment building in Ventura County. This is 278 units, 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms. There are real estate agents who have never heard of a 4-bedroom apartment. I've never heard of one, but it lends itself to illegal activity and is very unlikely to be desired by a single family. We've all talked about the parking need. I counted it up. There's 640 bedrooms proposed in this site. If you are talking 2 cars per bedroom, this is about 1,000 parking spots less than what is needed. Where are these people going to park? I was going to talk about the traffic issues, but man, Mr. Nestor hit it out of the park. So let me just put a little personal touch to what we are talking about with his red arrows. Township Elementary School is 0.3 miles to the north. It has 563 students from TK to 6th grade. These kids are walking, riding their bikes, or let's face it, it's California. Their parents are driving them to school. They are in that mix. My kids went there. My kids went to Valley View. Valley View, up about half a mile up Tappo Street, has 1,247 students. I am here to tell you that they're either riding their bike in the street and skateboarding, and we all know about junior high kids, or they're also being driven. These are children who will die. We've had 2 kids die on Tappo Street in the 40 years that I've lived here. I do not want to see another child dead, and we will. As Mr. Nestor pointed out, you have one person trying to get to work, and you've got cars going this way and that way, and there's a kid, and boom, there you go. And it's not just school hours. The traffic, as everyone else has said, up and down Taplow Street is horrendous. Alamo, the speed limit is 45 miles an hour, and I think that's just a suggestion, you know, because people don't just do 45 miles an hour. Not having things set back from the street lends this to an idea of the projects and the San Fernando Valley. I'm not the first person to have mentioned this, but what we are putting in our city is a powder keg. The combination of too many people, too many cars, no parking, no services. Do we know if the schools can handle all of these kids coming up there? The police will be at this site quite a bit because it will explode. People are going to be angry about someone parking in their spot. People are going to be angry about somebody driving too fast down their street. Why are we even considering this? We have plenty of reasons to go back to the developer and say, no, thank you. You want to develop this? This is going to be perfect for the San Fernando Valley. We have this way of life because this is what we choose. And the people who live here and the residents have a right to have a say in how their city is being planned. I'm also concerned about, and I know I'm yellow now, but I'm concerned about the Taplow corridor and the drug use all the way down Taplow Street, and adding this many people and this many cars without services is going to increase that area for local crime, which fuels the drug use problem that we already see in our city. Please do the right thing and do not approve this.
Thank you. Laura Altunian, Roberta McDonald, I apologize, and then David McDowell.
First, I want to thank the Commission for all the efforts that you have put into this. I know that this has been difficult for you as well, and I just want to say thank you very much. My name is Laura Altunian, and I'm the board president of Park Lane Townhomes. Everybody knows where it's at now. So I'm here to speak on behalf of the residents who could not attend. It seems that a dose of reality is needed here. I would like to share with you our real-life experiences at Park Lane and what we are actually dealing with when it comes to the traffic. So I've got photos here for the Commission. So we're all aware of the Park Lane driveway and the Bellwood Shopping Center driveway. The Bellwood driveway next to Park Lane was previously used for trucks dropping off their goods. If the development is approved, the driveway will be a thoroughfare for approximately, we don't really know, but between 500 and 1,000 cars. Having a driveway for this particular use will create a significant safety hazard. There's going to be a continual stream of cars coming from two driveways right next to each other, turning left, turning right, attempting to merge onto oncoming traffic. It's going to be impossible to merge once the development is built. Every time we try to attempt it, we're going to be risking our safety. Currently, we are experiencing between a 2 and 5 minute delay when we're turning left and merging onto oncoming traffic. This is without the other driveway in use. When there are cars in that driveway, my experience has been that I'm making physical eye contact with that person because we're not sure when you're going to come out. Are you coming out first? Am I coming out first? I usually gesture and let them wave them out first. There's been times when people just give up. They're turning left. They've got their blinker on. They give up. They turn right. They go on to Fort Worth and go through Lubbock to turn out onto Alamo. It's only a matter of time before there are numerous injuries or worse, fatalities. The study's not even addressing the foot traffic. Okay, we're just talking about trying to get out. But what about when kids and people are crossing? Major changes would need to be made to make this safe. There's not enough parking for the residents. I've brought this up before. Saying that you're going to give up those commercial spots, it's between 20 and 30 spots, is not going to make a difference. There's no street parking in front of the proposed developments. I don't see any plans for overflow parking. The condo and the townhome properties next to this development are going to begin to experience residents from the new development illegally parking in the complex. It is going to be so easy to park in our complex and just walk around and go home. Currently, we don't have any of those issues. This is going to be a huge cost to Park Lane. I want to know who's going to pay. AMG? The city of Simi? It is a legitimate question. We're a small community. We can't afford this expense. It is not our responsibility to incur these costs due to AMG's lack of planning and impact that it's going to have to our neighborhood. Everyone here today, the 1,800 people that signed the petition, are asking you to seriously consider our concerns for the safety of our neighborhood and reject the development in its current state. There are too many safety and traffic concerns that have not been addressed. I respectfully request that another traffic study is done to include AMG's proposed driveways they are keeping along with the driveways of the other two developments. We have all along been willing to work with AMG. It is AMG that is unwilling to work with us. AMG does not care about the well-being of this community, our quality of life, and what is in the best interest of the community. Sadly, to them, it's about the almighty dollar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name's Roberta McDonough, and we own a property in Park Lane that directly faces this new proposed development. And people have covered a lot of different things here tonight. What we're really not talking about is what we're doing to the quality of life of the people who live there. We won't even be able to see, there's not going to be sunshine. We're not going to, we have no privacy because people have their balconies facing my townhome. They'll be able to look down upon the balcony. The fact that they'll be, between the noise and all of the added emotional things that people are going to have to deal with between the parking and the driving and the worrying about our kids and worrying about other, even the kids coming from the apartments. They're going to have to be walking up to that school too. And that adds another whole batch of people. I just think that right now we live in a very quiet, peaceful, lovely neighborhood. And the whole way the neighborhood is going to change if this is allowed to happen. And it's not okay to do that to all of us. And I appreciate all the support you've given us, and please continue to give us that support.
Thank you. David.
Hi, I'm David McDonough. Great stuff came out about the parking and the traffic and the driveways close together, so I'm not going to talk about that. I'll add one thing. The driveway between Park Lane and the proposed condominium, two driveways 20 feet apart. So that's not very far. I understand your goal is to find conditions to approve this, but it's fairly easy to conclude that what's being proposed is too big for the geographical space, too big for the other conditions, and if the developer is really interested in low-income housing, Make it all low-income housing. Put 150 low-income housing units there, 2 stories, it'd be just fine. Somehow I think that's not going to be aligned with their economic goals, though. So path forward, it's got to be smaller, traffic's got to be studied some more. It really needs to be something there, but we have to find a way to make it fit the neighborhood and the overall conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilee McLean, Joe Pashowski, and Edith Folsom Fox.
Hi. I'm Marilee McLean. This is my 3rd time here. I'm sure you all recognize me. So I found out something that's important in the fire department up the street, because everything is no higher than 2 stories. The fire truck only has 1 extra ladder and can only reach 25 feet, which is 2 stories. It will not accommodate the prison, the 4-story prison. So everybody's on their own from the 2nd floor up. I feel like they're turning you into the state for their benefit, and that you're being bullied by them. And I think there's enough reason here that they need to accommodate, their own center. They need to accommodate the parking. They need, instead of having the inside all of the homes, the apartments, they need to provide their own pull in and pull out so it doesn't affect the neighborhoods around them. And if they're really serious about this, like, why should everybody else pay the price for what they're not providing? And it's not fair to the surrounding areas that have been there a long time. And how come out of all the building that's being done in Simi, all the new apartment buildings, all the new housing tracts, which there's a lot of them, how come everything is falling on us to, accept these horrible conditions? They're not doing their part. Why are we having to accept this prison? Because with all the other apartment buildings, why aren't they doing their job? Like, we can split it. We can take part and they can take part, but how come we're having to assume everything? 110 85 low-income housing. Like, why are we having to assume that on our corner with 3 schools and 2, like, it's so not properly designed, and we're allowing it. We're allowing them to bully us and take away the mixed use. Like, we would like some nice new little stores there instead of a Pizza Hut and a liquor store, because they're only accommodating 2 so that they can put more, more housing in. Like, so many bad things that are happening. Like, forget all the other stuff. Forget it all. Like, everybody here has been here 3 times, taking their time, expressing, and you guys are selling us out. You're selling this sidewalk out. You're selling the mixed use out. You're selling the low-income housing and everything else. Like, I don't know why all these things are being allowed to happen. And if the state wants to look into it, to say they're not meeting their requirements, because they're not. And it's not fair to us. And it needs to change. And they need to do their job, and they need to change it, because we're not going to allow it. We will come here and we will fight every step of the way until they make the changes besides a painted little sidewalk, which is ridiculous.
Thank you. Joe, followed by Edith, and then Karen Rudberg.
Members of the Planning Commission, my name's Joe Pachowski. I'm a resident of Wood Ranch. To me, this is about preserving the quality of life in Simi Valley. My wife and I bought our first home over there in Wood Ranch about 2.5 years ago, almost 3 years now. And we actually rented for about over 10 years. We rented in Thousand Oaks, and we lived in 2 different apartment complexes, one across the street from the other, and parking was a nightmare. These were large complexes. Parking was an absolute nightmare. And so looking at this project, parking's going to be a nightmare. It's not going to just impact, it's not just going to impact the people that live there, it's going to impact the folks that live around that area. We heard the supposed report from the traffic report, and it's not supposed to impact Bernard Street at all. Well, maybe you'll recall, maybe about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I think it was, there was a lot of talk in the news about residents in LA who were not happy with what was going on on their streets because of a little app called Waze. I don't know about you, but I actually have to drive to work in the city of San Fernando every morning, and not a morning goes by where I don't turn around and connect my phone to my car and pull up the Waze app to find out the fastest way to go. Now, some days it's the 118 all the way. Other days it tells me get off at Sepulveda Boulevard and drive through residential areas. And if you think that Bernard Street's not going to be impacted by something like that, I think you're wrong, because the app is designed specifically to send traffic where there is no traffic. So those folks are going to be impacted, and they're going to be impacted in a pretty big way. I also find it kind of amazing that the developer opted not to even try to sell their project and convince anybody that it was worth it. They turned around and wanted to wait and respond to everybody's comments. To me, that's not the way you do business. You do business the way the folks that are developing the Farmers Building do business. They met with the community, they listened to the concerns of the community, they incorporated those concerns into their plans. And now we've got a pretty nice project going in there over by the Farmers Building. And it's home ownership. I was watching Fox 11 the other day. They turned around and said that the average rent in Southern California is up to about $2,500 a month. Well, again, I just bought my house less than 3 years ago, and my monthly mortgage is under $2,600. Why not encourage people to buy instead of rent? The fact of the matter is that the state of California has turned around now and passed a rent control ordinance or rent control law that's going to prevent the developer from raising rents when they want to. What happens when that happens? The apartment owners start turning around and letting the maintenance go. It's a known fact. They don't put the money back into the buildings because of the fact that they're not getting the money out of the buildings. And so it's just going to end up all dilapidated eventually in the long run, because the state has turned around and come back with the rent control law. So let's put this back on the drawing board. Let's turn around and make it something that people can afford. Affordable housing is great. Let's make it affordable. But let's make it something that people can turn around and purchase. That's what we're about here in Simi Valley. We're about home ownership. I can't stand what happened at LA Ave and Madera Road with that project there, because it's too darn high. And they want to put 4 stories in over here on this side of town? Nah. Thank you.
Thank you. Edith Folsom Fox. followed by Karen Rudberg.
Thank you all. This is my first time being here, but I have called in, and I think I spoke with, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. But anyway, so I have been in Ventura County since 1961. I moved to Simi Valley, I think in 1981 or 82. My husband and I purchased a home here in about 1990. So I have a little bit of history in this area and in this community. And I am so dismayed by the prospect of a 4-story building going in. Okay, so we don't like the whole cosmetic of it. Let's talk about the safety issues. My children went to Santa Sue Elementary School. Our house is south of Fig Street, or it's on Fig Street south of Cochrane. Try making a left out of Cochrane onto Cochrane in the morning or the afternoon at peak drive times. I don't know who did that study or what time you did it, but I would hotly dispute that. And I know I've gotten off the freeway at Stearns and gone straight down Bernard. I have several friends and neighbors that have been in automobile accidents making a left onto Bernard, or off of Bernard onto Tapo. There was a child that was killed at Tapo and Alamo a few years ago. So you have Santa Sue, then you have Township, and you have Valley View. What's going to happen with these children? Watch the news. Almost daily there's a hit and run. Many of them are in crosswalks. I don't think a ladder crosswalk is going to make a difference for these poor children. It's so tragic. My children are grown now. They don't go to school. But I remember how difficult it was to get into and out of Valley View. It's unbelievable that you would put this many homes in this area, minimum of 2 cars probably per apartment, and think that 33 additional spaces is going to be what's required. I'm sorry, that's not going to cut it. This is ill-designed, ill-conceived. It needs to be rethought, dismissed out of hand. I don't know how else to describe this. You know, we looked at buying a house on Bernard quite a few years ago, and I decided there's no way. I would not have my children, my animals, be on Bernard. The city has cut off all horse routes, and I wouldn't want my children to ride down one of those streets anyway. Can you imagine a child on horseback with the people that drive down Bernard as fast as they do? No, we need to protect our neighborhood, our children, and this is just not the right development for this place. It's like we're going to be hijacked by Sacramento. We're going to give in to this. It's time to make a stand. Protect our neighborhood, protect our children, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Rudberg, Tatiana, we'll leave it at Tatiana. And then Rebecca Albaran. And I have 5 cards left. After that, we will take a 10-minute break before we move on. So we'll finish through the public comment and then take a break. Please.
Hi, thank you for your time. There's been an awful lot of good information here tonight. I agree with almost everything here, and some people have explained things far better than I. But I wanted to first just throw something out there. I just read recently that California has taken the final step for the first state in the nation to require solar panels on new homes. The California Building Standards Commission on Wednesday unanimously upheld a May 9th decision to require solar panels on homes up to 3 stories. So I don't know if that, is of interest in this particular project or how that could be addressed. The concern that I had with that, of course, is profile, company profile with solar panels on top, and also being close to the proximity of Park Lane where I live. Also blocking the sun if Park Lane should decide to go solar on that part of it. The second thing that I wanted to bring is more emotional. We've been in the Park Lane for 9 months. We originally were living on Erringer and Cochrane, which is a challenge as far as getting through that intersection anyway. It's just second to Sycamore and Cochrane. My dear son, who is disabled, brought up a point to me, and I thought, oh, I guess I never thought of it that way. In addition to the auto traffic studies, pedestrian traffic is important to evaluate as well. I had several days off during the day, which is unusual since I work in a hospital setting, and I noticed that there in the Tapo Street Alamo area, there was a surprising number of handicapped people making their way through the intersection to get to CVS. In their motorized vehicles, the little carts, and also on walkers during the day. Now, that was a population I hadn't thought of that would be impacted by the challenges of getting through that intersection to begin with. Quite a few people seem to be coming from the Paseo del Sol, which is the other low-income area, and they're coming toward where the project would be and then crossing the street to get to CVS. So if there is a review of the traffic patterns, if they could also include the handicapped people. My son is handicapped as well, and I mentioned that he wanted to know if next door maybe some of his friends could move in for low income. I honestly couldn't tell him which type of low income would be going into that space since it's, we don't know what choices are made. There's 2 levels of low income, those who are not able to work, and then also the working low income people. So I said, we'll just have to wait and see. I also mentioned that the people would be needing to go back and forth to get their food in the evening, which is a high traffic time, and they could simply take the bus. He said, oh no, and apparently, if you look at the bus patterns, that particular intersection tends to be the donut hole of non-transit. You cannot go from the project directly to Vaughn's. It goes back toward Township, around to Tapple Canyon, and then they have to cross the intersection to get to Vaughn's. So that's something that would need to be kind of on the back burner, or take a look at that when you're looking at traffic patterns, because people are going to be working in the valley more than likely, coming home in the twilight hours. Ooh, I have to get some milk. They're going to be on the roads going through that intersection. And I work at Holy Cross Hospital in the emergency room. And this is in Mission Hills in the valley, where there's a concentration of high-density housing. We have seen in the last 3 years in our trauma hospital an increase of people hit legally crossing in the crosswalk in the twilight hours. The people who don't make it to the hospital, we just take care of the ones who make it. There's a surprising number, and I don't know statistics, to be honest with you, but it's just been disturbing in the 8 years that I worked there that this has become more of a pressure cooker environment with the density. And I just ask, please, careful consideration to what else has been said here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Tatiana, and then Rebecca Albarian, and then Rainier Gustemacher? Kretzmacher, thank you. Go Tatiana. Okay, let's go with Rebecca. Thank you.
Good evening. I think you had it you had it right the first time, Rebecca Albaron. Good evening. You guys are going to be hearing, I think, something very different from what everyone else has said. I'm actually here to support the project. I don't think I told a joke, but yes, I'm actually here to support the project. I think it is very needed in this city. I think that there's definitely valid concerns. People have brought up, who live in that area, have brought up concerns regarding traffic and, regarding not only the traffic that is going to be coming in, but also parking issues. And I think those things are concerns that come up with every project. And I think that there are ways to be addressed. And I think that it takes part, the city really looking at what the concerns are from the residents that are voicing those concerns, and not just, the traffic study that they do, but really listening to the things that residents are saying about those, those concerns, and also from the developer to try to address and come up with ideas and then bring them forth, to really address or try to mitigate some of those issues. So I do think that there are valid concerns regarding traffic. I think that that is, something that is important to be addressing in regards to safety. I don't think that they quite rise to the level in which it is going to be something, that addresses the concern here that's listed on this letter. I think that housing is important. This is a 278 units that are coming into the city. We need housing. I think projects have been brought up, developments have been brought up, and it has been city control. The residents, bringing concerns about projects, things that they've supported, the commission, city planning, and then the city ultimately, having control over what kind of housing goes in our cities. And I think that, if it's come to the point where the state is saying, that this really needs to be looked at, and it's something that is, it's a project that has the support of the law, that I think we really need to start thinking about the decisions that we've made in the past that have led us to this place of, kind of no return. But I do think that this housing is especially important because it addresses affordable housing. So it touches on two particular categories that I think are very needed in this city. So it talks about low-income housing and then very low-income housing categories, which are very specific. And I think that they do need to be addressed by the developer as far as what that means for these particular units. What does that mean in regards to the rents? Because I think that you will find that in Simi Valley, there are already residents that are very much in need of that housing. And I think that this offers them an opportunity, to be able to rent. I don't like, a lot of these concerns that have been brought up about we don't want to become like the Valley, criminality aspects of people renting. I think those are very loaded words, and they're very specific to communities, that they don't want to be part of Simi Valley, but there are Simi Valley residents already that are in need of this housing. And I think that this project provides that to individuals here. And it's very important for us to really look at the merits of the project, and that if there are, that these concerns that are being brought up are not going to go away by this project not being approved. I think the residents have already stated that there are current concerns as far as traffic goes. And if we're not going to be addressing it through this development or through this particular project, that these are really issues that need to be addressed maybe even through city council. Because a lot of residents are talking about those particular issues, and that's kind of a side note about how they're bringing it up to this level. So it does really need to be addressed. But yes, ultimately, I am here to support the project. I think that it is a way for us to address our housing needs. Very important, these 83 units for low-income housing and very low-income housing. I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Rainier Guts, my apologies. Kressmacher, and then David Skaggs.
Yes, hello, my name is Ronnie Kritzmacher. I've been a resident of Simi Valley for 38 years. I moved here, raised a family, 3 boys. One of the attractions of Simi Valley was it was a little sleepy kind of bedroom community when I moved here. This city hall was a field.
Not you, sorry. Please have respect for those that are speaking at the podium, please.
This entire area here was all fields. agriculture across the street over there, strawberries within season is different. I've seen change. People are opposed to change. I understand that part. I don't think the community is opposed to change, but this drastic change, it just doesn't fit. This complex just does not fit the community. Some of the people that are here, I know a lot of these people. They've been my neighbors. A lot of people have moved from my area, but we're invested. We have a vested interest in our community of where we live. We've raised our children, and they've gone to the schools. I can raise a lot of concern. I could probably stand here for an hour and just all the different impacts that this would involve. The traffic studies, if I'm correct on this, I was watching this online. I just had to get up and come here. I was watching it online, and I just had to come and speak. I'm not used to doing this. But if I'm right, at the very beginning of opening of the meeting, I believe you said that on the traffic impact studies that you did not, the commission did not choose a firm to conduct this study, and you deferred it to the developer. Is that correct?
That would not be me. I would have to open that back up to the staff. But
well, I think I recall that when I was watching it online, that you, when it opened up and it was saying that on the impact study that it would seem like a conflict, that if the commission was involved with the impact studies, that it would seem like there was a conflict. And I'm taking it as that the developer had these studies.
The developer did the only study.
I will go ahead and find that out.
But doesn't that work both ways? Isn't there a conflict with the developer having a study made? I think, shouldn't there have been a list made up of choices, and the commission and the developer could come together and find an independent third party? I think that would be, the ultimate way to do it, where there wouldn't be a conflict, where there wouldn't be a question on the impact study of the developer as having a conflict of interest in there. The other thing I wanted to note is in that study, it stated there was no justification for a left-hand turn arrow at going east on Alamo, turning onto Tapo. And I believe, even at this point, without that development there, that it could use a left arrow there. I don't know how many accidents have occurred there. These are not fender benders. I live up Waco, all the way up by Township, or where Township and Cadota change, and I've heard the impacts from my house, and I've gone down there to look at it, and these are not just like fender benders. These are crunch rollovers with injuries. I'd like to see how many accidents have occurred over the years at that intersection. Anyways, totally unscripted. I didn't take any notes. It was just like I was watching it online. I just felt like I had to, put my voice in here, like all the other people that live in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming down. Last card, David Skaggs, and then we will be taking a 10-minute break.
Try to be brief.
Time's up.
Thank you all, first of all, for the opportunity to speak. I'm a 30-year resident of the Texas Track, and I've managed residential real estate for over 30 years. I'm in favor of rejecting this proposal for a few reasons. First of all, I'm skeptical about the traffic study that was mentioned earlier in this meeting, where it was estimated that there were approximately 1,000 cars at peak hours on Alamo, which was considered an A function. But your study claims that the number would only increase by 78 cars after the completion of this project. There are 278 units in this proposal. If we're assuming just 2 cars per unit, that's 556 additional cars. How could that possibly only translate to 78 additional cars at peak hours? So very concerned about the numbers in that study. But more importantly, all of the traffic and congestion studies done begin with an assumption, and it was discussed at the last meeting, and that assumption is that there are approximately 1.5 occupants per bedroom, or 1,000 total occupants in this projected property. I can tell you from experience that that is a number that can rise considerably, along with the number of vehicles that these tenants require. I have managed units for years and dealt with a recurring problem where additional occupants are allowed to move into units in tough economic times or for a variety of other reasons. And there are no easy remedies for landlords. Evicting tenants for this type of lease violation is next to impossible, and it's only getting harder. As long as rent is current, landlords are forced to live with these types of lease violations. 2008 was a perfect example. For those of you that were around, vacant, distressed real estate inventory went through the roof in this town. At the same time, households consolidated. Kids moved in with parents, parents moved in with kids, friends moved in with friends. Nowhere is there more consolidation, I know this from personal experience, than in more affordable housing properties like this. The optimistic estimate of a total of 1,000 occupants in this property could easily go up. This could become a real disaster with no fix. Housing shortage is a problem, but it is today's hot topic. Let's not lose sight of that. It is a market. It fluctuates over time. Let's not make a knee-jerk decision under duress and approve a project like this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. Somewhere about 5 minutes till 9, we'll be back. Thank you. We have one more speaker card that was turned in before the break. If there's anybody else in the audience that wants to speak, feel free. But right now we have Anna. Help me out, Anna. Yes, exactly what I was going to say.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say I'm very sorry I was late for the meeting, but it would have gone without me anyway. But me and my husband, we came here. We're commuters. After 9-hour work days and 4 hours of commute summary each, and leaving our kids at home and being sick. So I really appreciate to have an opportunity to speak. Now that I'm new here, so some of it is probably going to be similar. I'm going to first read the comments that my husband left because he was feeling more sick, so he left. He's an electrical engineer for Los Angeles County Department of Public Works. And he was saying, why added more traffic lines instead of adding bicycle lines? And I think that may be actually a good idea for the future for us to have a bicycle lane. He also asked, how does the traffic study account for moving trucks, furniture, and appliance deliveries? So that was another thing. He also asked that this project would require additional traffic study because of current one potential flaws. And even engineers make mistakes, and this one is clearly not not an unbiased one. It's been paid for by the proposer. And his last point was that adjacent building may lose the opportunity to use renewable energy source, photovoltaic panels. So that was his last comment. My comments, on the other way, are I'm an immigrant myself, and I'm a psychiatric social worker by trade. I am keenly aware of the need for the low-income housing. When my clients were I oppose this project, there's no question about it. But I'm keenly aware of the need for low-income housing. When my clients were homeless in Chatsworth and there were fires, they walked literally back into the fires for two things. They went for their Bible and their Section 8 voucher. I'm really, really well aware of how important it is to have it. Having said that, if this building consisted of 83 or 85 or 100 of low-income units, I would be here supporting it, but it's not what it is. So this is becoming kind of a part-time job for us. I would want to say that ironically, the project that is purposed to revitalize the community and commercial component is just about to kill it. As I'm a commuter, my middle child rides his scooter to a martial arts studio on that plaza. This will no longer be an option for him and other kids. We used to love shopping at Fresh and Easy and miss it greatly, but I heard that the plaza was purposefully kept empty to see this deal go through. 1,500 tenants will be living in apartments, including multiple 3 to 4 bedrooms, is designed to bring a number of children into the community. Recently, the old elementary school in Cadora was gutted out for new community. Big Springs keeps bringing portables to the school. Classroom sizes keep getting bigger. Our kids will continue getting the space gutted out of their playgrounds and have less and less place to play. There will be surely a higher number of kids on skateboards, scooters, and bicycles. This will further increase the chances of accidents. And although Salforth Boy has been traveling on very low speed, we all know what the outcome of that low speed was. We see that still to this day. There's still occasionally people walking their horses along Top One Alamo, so that would be an interesting to see safety of that. I would like to urge you at a minimum to enforce our building and safety code and not allow any concessions or waivers for reducing the commercial space and for reducing the setbacks, as you would with us if we were to ask for any of that. I would like to see, if you can't outright deny it, to fight it for every inch of our city that you can. Preserving Simi Valley is one of the city's goals, and that you guys are charged with this, and it's recognized and recorded in the policy. We contend with higher radiation levels due to the Rocketdyne, but this is where we stop. We need to preserve city, not necessarily exactly the same way it is, but we need, and it's in the policy, we need to keep the general kind of a feeling of the city. I also was not going to say this, but this kind of made me upset. The lady who was saying that she was supportive of the project, it's all good, but I know that the first meeting that I was here, you guys said, well, this is so amazing that Everybody's here, 122 people spoke, and nobody has spoke for the project. All of a sudden, now we see the person who is speaking for the project. And then the attorney for the proposer is going and thanking her for making a statement. Another thing I wanted to say is that, which was really upsetting to me, because you lectured us for the social justice. And well, so we would assume that people who preach it live it. And I'm going to say this because a quick Google search of Mr. Gregorian shows that where he lives is not going to have any 4-story buildings or even 3- or 2-story buildings in the near future. Thank you very much. I think people should live their truths and everywhere. And thank you. I would like to see that this is not approved in the way it is. Oh, by the way, are we going to be forced to pay for the new fire truck? The city is going to pay. We're going to pay if that's going to be an issue. I would really appreciate your support on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers wishing to be heard?
I'd like to speak.
If you can, come on down. We'll give you a green card to fill out after the fact.
I've got a green card. It was, I didn't want to speak, but I actually decided I'd like to speak. Nick Diamenti.
Okay, Nick.
Yeah. So, I'm Nick Diamenti. I moved here in '77 when I was 6. It's been a beautiful place to live. I really loved it here. Now, I'm not going to talk about the traffic too far. I've only seen a couple of spots that we need to really kind of address. Number one, northbound, if everybody has to drive north on Tapo Street, they're going to go to Township. They're going to turn left on Township. Township Elementary School is there. It's a parking lot in the morning because you've got the lady who's protecting the kids at the crosswalk, stopping people from plowing through there. It's going to back up. Then they're going to go to Walnut. It's just going to compress and continue to be an issue all through that area. So another viable path would be Yukon, just a little north. So it would be Yukon to Fairbanks to Alamo. Everybody's going to speed through that little area and then have to turn right on Alamo to get to Tapo Canyon at the on-ramp. It's not going to work well. Now, I would ask the different from all of this. And this guy, thank you so much. That was amazing. Now beautifully done. Now I would like to ask though, the attorney's office, is there any way the citizens can put together a legal defense fund so we can somehow put some money towards the city to fight the silly things that these people are trying to shove through? This is not racism. This is not classism. This is common sense that this doesn't fit in the neighborhood. Please do the right thing for us, for our kids, for the way of life that we've always had. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call. Okay. Okay. Have you filled out a green card?
I have.
And you were not wanting to speak before?
Yes. Yes.
And your name is?
Jim Stecker.
Okay, Jim. That way you can just move the card over.
Thank you. Thank all of you for being here. I've lived on Fort Worth for 30 years. I've raised my boys there. I've watched other kids. We all used to play at my house. I've seen the parking get validated by people that don't even live there. They're parking in front of my house as we speak. And I know it's only going to get worse. It's close enough to where everybody that makes a right-hand turn, the first street they're going to turn on is Fort Worth to come back around to Alamo and then head for the freeway. I see that happening now. You even have to go around by the apartments when school is going on, or the condos, because you cannot make a right or left out of Fort Worth onto Tapo, right or left. You can't do it in the morning when the school is in session, or when people are taking the kids to school. The traffic is the biggest concern here, and the amount of people that it will bring to our area. The schools are going to be a little bit more crowded. We've all voiced that already. My neighborhood is against it. Well, all except for one is against it here. I would like to see this thing go the right direction. I think we all know what to do, the right thing. for our community anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. And your name, sir?
Yeah, my name is James Groth. I filled out a card and said I do not wish to speak, hoping that everything would be addressed, which most of it has. But really my concern is almost in more of the form of a question is, how do we make the state understand that Simi Valley is not an unwelcoming community? It's not that we don't want low-income people here. It's the amount of people here in that one area that we have an issue with. And how do we go about making the state understand that? I mean, this letter is kind of a carte blanche letter just sent to communities that, how do we make them understand the reasons why we don't want this particular project in its current form? And that would be my comment and I guess question as well. That how do we make them understand that the density involved in this project will compromise safety? And that's what this is about, that it's not about not wanting to comply with the current laws. So thank you. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you. Second last call. Going, going, gone. Oh. If there's anybody else, raise your hand. Okay. And did you fill out a card by chance?
Yes, Maria Okos,
Okay.
KOS. Yes. I moved here in 1980 to Simi Valley, but I came from Romania, from a communist country. And there, whatever the government said that this is supposed to be done, you couldn't say anything against it. Now, this is a free country. We came here to have a house, to have a good life, and now it's starting the communist regime just like at home. I mean, sounds like the beginning of it. Yeah. Everybody else agrees to a two-story building. Okay, two-story is acceptable, but not four-story. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anybody else in the audience wish to speak?
I wasn't really good.
Okay. Breezy. And your name, sir?
Scott Kennedy.
Okay.
Does anyone in here know Zachary Olmsted? Did we elect this guy? Does he live in Simi Valley? Why is he shoving this down our throat? Now, what they propose here is to put 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag. And we know what it's full of. The traffic studies alone and the egress in and out of this thing is ridiculous. The amount of traffic, furthermore, we all know that there's not going to be only how many cars. You need at least 1,000 spaces. They're going to be all over the block. Is there a way for the city to get this by eminent domain and turn it into a park? That would be an answer to the problem. Let me see, I took some notes here. Last week I was out of state looking at property. I'm actually thinking of moving out of state. And what the lady there was just talking about, she's absolutely right. She knows. So it's up to us to say, sorry, Politburo, you're not getting your way. I mean, I will, and I'm sure a lot of people will stand up with the city and say, if we need to sue them, let's sue them.
Thank you. Anybody else? Don't want to deprive anybody of the right to speak. Okay. Are there any comments from staff regarding statements made during the public hearing?
Yeah, Chairman Mann, there's a couple things that I'll mention and also turn it over to Justin and Associate Planner Chin for some possible housing responses. So and again, there's a number of concessions and waivers the applicant is requesting to achieve the reduction from the 25% commercial, the height and the setbacks. So those are all waivers and concessions, which were pretty much addressed at the December 4th meeting. And so that's kind of where it stands as far as how we got to the 4 stories and the reduced setbacks and things of that nature. A couple minor things brought up regarding solar access. There was a shade study on file which was reviewed during the process, so it was analyzed, and we think the shade study was fairly appropriate. Fire department reviewed the project in terms of their concerns, and they provided conditions of approval, which is identified in the staff report. 661 parking spaces are proposed in the residential component. The suggested condition to open up the commercial component for those 33 spaces, basically the way the code's written, you can pretty much park there now as a resident. The condition will add some teeth to that requirement should the project move forward. It's a minor addition, but it is something, and there's methods to allow residential parking, particularly after hours. The housing, in general, the number of people persons per dwelling unit in the city is around 3.0 as an overall average. It could go up and down based on the number of bedrooms. So a lot of numbers were spelled out regarding how many people may live in a full complex. There's worst case scenarios. So there's, worst case scenarios, 1,400, 1,700 people were spelled out. But generally, on average, citywide, approximately 3 persons per dwelling unit in the city. And again, this is an overall average. I did say that larger bedrooms could have more people, so I want to point that out. And Eric, did you want to add anything before we go to Justin?
Yes, according to the question regarding who are we targeting for the low and very low income units, there's, I believe, 75 lower lower units, and that is targeting folks that are making approximately $30 an hour. And for folks that are qualified for very low income, you're looking at about $25 per hour. That's how much they will be making. And therefore, you will be looking at folks that is in the professional sectors, nurses, your medical techs, your school teachers. Thank you.
Go ahead, Justin.
There were a few comments, questions regarding the traffic study and the numbers that were discussed earlier. I think if Chair and Commission would provide me a little leeway, I'd like to give a crash course on how traffic studies are actually written, and as quickly as I possibly can. For traffic studies in the city of Simi Valley specifically, we have four different scenarios: existing plus project, then our cumulative, which is encompassed by the city's transportation analysis model, and we're actually lucky to have it because some cities, like our neighbors, do not. And the cumulative plus project, which then factors in what the project does in addition to what the traffic model does. Now, our traffic model is different in that it already assumes the highest potential of development for every single land use that is assumed in the model. So in order for the traffic study to determine what the cumulative without project is. They just subtract the project traffic. So that's how that model is derived. For existing, what we do is we have whoever the consultant may be, and there are plenty of consultants out there, this developer's consultant is very well known in the state of California and has a very good reputation. So again, I have no concerns about that. There are others, and we maintain a list of consultants that we provide to developers if they need help in selecting a consultant. But again, that is not our responsibility. What occurs is that the consultant for the developer will go out and take traffic counts. That means that they go out to every intersection that is determined to be a part of the project that needs to be analyzed, and they will send out another sub-consultant to sit at that street and count traffic from the hours of 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. And that essentially encompasses pretty much all the hours that were being discussed during public comment. In order to determine what the project trip generation is, that data comes from what's known as the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. That manual has collected, excuse me, dry mouth. That manual has collected project trip generation from various individual projects throughout the United States, and it encompasses thousands of studies. And that derives either an average rate based on a certain land use, whether that is multifamily or single family, commercial, light industrial. Practically every land use you can think of is in this manual. You can either get an average rate, and there's guidance in that manual for which you use either the average rate or the, it's known as the equation rate. So there's a fitted equation that goes along with those statistics. And again, the manual provides the guidance, and we adhere to that strictly. Once the trip generation is determined, that is what we use to then distribute the traffic based on the assumptions of how traffic is distributed. And if you've had a chance to take a look at the traffic study, various percentages are assigned across the city. So not every single trip that is generated by this project, and it is a total of 3,143 daily trips. That is, this project will generate this many trips over the span of 24 hours. We don't look at that number. We look at the number that is the most constrained, which is the AM and PM peak hours, which is when people mostly drive. So that's why we look at smaller numbers based on not necessarily the smaller numbers, but it is a smaller set of numbers. So while 74 and 78 seems like a very low number in comparison to the 3,000 trips that are generated by the total project, it's because 50% of those trips are assigned to Stern Street and another 50% go west. So 50% go west, 50% go east. It's probably a decent assumption based on what comes out of our traffic model. So that's how these distributions are assumed. So when you send of the peak hour trips, which I believe there were 144 in the AM, then approximately 77 or 74, however it worked out based on the trip distribution percentages, that's how many get sent to Stearns. So that's why there's only 74 here and another 74 across the city. So that's how we determine that. And again, that gets put through. That's our trip assignment. That goes through the analysis. We use what's known as level of service. Level of service is rating between A, B, C, D, E, or F, where E is at full capacity and F is beyond capacity. You can't fit any more cars in the intersection. It's just not going to happen. So our standard from the general plan is level of service C. Once you hit D, then that is an impact. There are certain intersections where we say, well, we will accept level of service D in certain areas of the city. It's not part of this project, but all of the intersections that were studied all operate at level of service C or better based on the addition of project traffic during the peak hours, which is what we look like because operations are most constrained during those time periods. So again, just to address it, there's peak hour versus ADT. Yes, the project generates much more trips than the 74, 78 that I alluded to earlier, but that is the peak hour number of trips that were assigned to that one intersection. And the study looked at 8 different intersections. There was another issue that came up that I would like to address and make sure that everybody in Park Lane knows that they are not committing a crime. Under California Vehicle Code Section 21460, paragraph D, it is not illegal to make a left turn across a double yellow line into a driveway. So just to clear that up, it is not illegal to make a left turn across a double yellow line as long as you're making a left turn into a driveway or a private street. It's also legal to make a U-turn as long as it's not in a central business district. So perfectly legal. You may not make a left turn across a double yellow line. So that's 2 yellow lines parallel or a solid white line. So it's illegal to make a left turn across a left turn lane, and it's illegal to make a left turn across a striped median, which is a double yellow. So to reiterate, not illegal to make a left turn across a double yellow line. And the last comment that I had was the traffic study addressing the driveways. The traffic study did address the driveways in the adjacent proximity by doing the queuing analysis. And that's all I had.
And the last things I would add, Chairman Mann, is one of the things I really heard from the community over the multiple meetings that we've had on this project is this feeling of this, loss of the local control, what's being foisted upon us by, Sacramento. It's changing the character of our community. One thing I want everyone in this room to realize is that we still retain a lot of local control about how Simi Valley is going to look over the next several decades, how we're going to grow, how we're going to develop. And the reason being is, I know this is hard to see, but that's roughly where, Tapo and Alamo is right there. And the good news I can tell you, everyone in this room, is everything to the north that you are enjoying now, all those single-family residences, are just going to stay just like that according to our general plan. That's what the community established for this area. And then everything this way, in this area of town, you notice there's no apartment zoning over there. And I know, as bad as it may seem, this is really the one property in this whole area of town where we're really seeing an intensification of development. It's really not happening here. There's a lot of questions. Well, why can't they just do this project somewhere else? And that happens. You guys are all here tonight. You may not all be here for every planning commission meeting, but that really happens every meeting. When we were doing the project over here, the number one things all the residents came over there is like, why are you doing a senior townhome project here? Why don't you put it over there in that empty shopping center at Tapo and Alamo? And of course, those people aren't here tonight, but they showed up not wanting a project in their area. But that's what happens. But all the colors you see on this map, everything you see here, was created by the community. The community decided how they wanted to grow. We have to grow somewhere. We have to put housing somewhere. And Tapo and Alamo was identified as being a parcel intended for redevelopment. And the reason being was it was a languishing, retail commercial center, and the hope was there that something can go there to revitalize that area. But we are going to see more development on this section of Tapo Street. Over here where Patricia and Haywood Street, we funnel most of all of our multifamily development over there. So the good news is there's vast swaths of Simi Valley that are never going to change, but we will always have certain hot spots of development, and this is one of the hot spots. But going forward, what can we do? In this next year, we're going to be updating our housing element, and we're going to anticipate we need to grow, we have to plan for the growth of about 3,000 new housing units somewhere in Simi Valley. And so you all have an opportunity as we go through that process. There's going to be about 7 public hearings on that, on where should we do that, and more importantly, how it should look. One of the very first speakers was talking about 4-story development. And right now, that's what the rules allow on this property. But clearly, it's not what is desired by the community. So can we grow in a manner that is, the aesthetic meets the intent here of the community? And that's something we as a city, and with you as the residents, need to come up with. And we call those objective design standards, where you really want to establish the urban form that you want to see and not leave it up to a developer that's going to provide something that you may not like, and as planning staff can't change. So that's one thing going forward, what we can do. So we need to please participate in the upcoming housing element update, and you can retain your local control to really guide how Simi Valley is going to look over the next 50 years. So that's the one message I want to leave with everybody.
Any other comments from staff? Would the applicant like to respond to any of the comments regarding statements made during the public hearing? By all means, please. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. As Mr. Petto said, the reason this project got designed the way it was is because your general plan basically led us to the site, and that's how it happens. So we've gone in, we've done a project that, with respect to all the laws of your own zoning code, and your general plan, and state law, state density law. That's how this project was designed. So it's not something we're going in trying to do something under the table or something that wasn't permitted. We're doing something that was permitted that... Why are you asking for a concession? Well, because that is permitted under the law. So, you know, we have a huge housing problem in California, and it's also here in Simi Valley. I read an article in the January 30th paper where they were talking about the homeless count, the January 22nd homeless count, and the homeless folks they featured were from Simi Valley. And they were people who were living in their cars who actually had jobs. They interviewed three individuals that were homeless that had jobs. Why were they homeless? Because they could not afford to find any place to live. And this is a big problem. And when you look at housing overall and people say, oh my God, you know, you're going to have all these cars in there, it's because housing has become so expensive that a family may not be able to live by themselves, and that's why the extended families come in. The beauty of affordable housing is when the rents are lower, you don't have that situation. We have developments that we built years ago. You had people going into a 3-4 bedroom house that had 2 parents that may have driven, there may have been 1 or 2 cars, and all the kids were young. Now, fast forward it 20 years, and we have the same number of people living in that house, but one's going to college, needs a car, one's working, needs a car, another's doing something else. And so you may have 3 kids that started when they were 10 or 5, but they now have grown up. There's no place for them to go, so they're living at home. And that's why you get all of these cars in a household. With respect to the fears of overcrowding, when you have affordable housing and it's managed, there are occupancy requirements. And you can't just say, oh, you come in and live with me, because they have to be vetted, and if they're not going to fit in the unit because of the size, too bad. They can't move in. And if the family insists on having them there, eventually they end up getting evicted. So actually, you're better off having affordable housing because there are more requirements with respect to the management than you would get in market rate housing. And I know that in some of the areas where we've had these high rental properties going up with these huge rents, and everybody there, and there's no low-income people there, no riffraff there, but there is so much parking problems because it takes a lot of people to pay that rent. So there's 2 sides of this, and you got to look at both sides. You know, we struggled with the parking when we had the meeting with your 2 commissioners. One of the suggestions was, you know, I actually, at the Planning Commission meeting in December, I said, well, we could do right turn only on Alamo. We could do that. And then when we had that discussion, there was even a suggestion of putting a donut there so it couldn't be left turn in or out. And we looked at that, but the traffic engineer looked at it based on the reality and said, well, you know, you're maybe solving one problem, you're creating another problem, because when people have to, if you disturb the flow of the traffic, then you've got people making U-turns, you've got all this other dangerous stuff. On Alamo, where you have that lane where you move your car into the lane to turn, that is really safe. That's safer than making a left turn on Tapo. So, you know, it is what it is. And if you take all the discussion that was on the traffic in this chamber tonight, and you put one against the other, you will see that it's all contradictory, because you can't make a right, you can't make a left. You know, what do? That's tough. Now, with Bernard, obviously, there's a problem there now. You could deny this project, and there's still going to be a problem on Bernard, because they already said we got this huge problem on Bernard, and now they want to blame it on a new development. I could tell you, we've had some of these problems in other cities. And what has the neighborhood done? They have voted whether they wanted speed bumps. Because if you want to slow down the traffic in your neighborhood, you put a few speed bumps in there, and that slows it down. So that may be something that the city can start meeting with the neighbors to decide what's better. Do you want cars going down there real fast, or should we put a few speed bumps and slow everybody down? That's something that that neighborhood has control over, and it really has nothing to do with this project. Well, that's what, we're going to be paying something like $4 million of impact fees, and I think but that's a fact. And the traffic impact fees are around $200,000 at least. It is what it is. Parking, again, it's an issue because we don't have enough housing for people to move out of their fathers' and mothers' homes. With respect to the parking, we did the shared parking agreement, and that is designed for residents. It's stated in there for visitors. It's not really designed for visitors. It's designed for residents, and it's not a reciprocal because people in the commercial cannot come over and park in the residential. But after a certain hour, people in the residential can go on. What we committed to was 25 until we see how the businesses work, because even though businesses are closed down, if they have needs for parking. But I've been in a situation.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, the applicant gave you time to talk. Please extend the same courtesy, let the applicant talk. And I would tell the applicant, don't respond to questions from the audience. Makes it easier. Just keep addressing the concerns of those items that have been brought up.
Well, this is exactly I made these notes based on it. But with respect to the parking, that shared parking at work, I had a experience in Santa Cruz. I went up to visit my son. There was no place to park. And he said, okay, Mom, this is the way it works. And he lived downtown. He said, okay, during these hours, you can park here. When the business opens and you move, you can park here. And it worked pretty well, other than, I had to get up to move the car. But there are ways to deal with issues. And it really comes down to housing. People say they're not against affordable housing. They want housing. But it has to be built someplace. And I've never been in a situation where people said, come on in. It's like, go do it someplace else. But, that really doesn't work very well. With respect to the woman, I believe her name was McDonough, Roberta, complaining about the balconies. There are no balconies in this project, so nobody is going to be looking into her backyard or whatever from the balcony, because there aren't any balconies. I think the fire department was addressed, and I thank you also for addressing in terms of the DMV. And anybody that has any doubts, just go up to the DMV website, dmv.ca.gov, and you'll find that statement in there about you can cross over the double single line. So that's basically it. With respect to bus routes, one thing I have learned, that as an area gets more populated, you get more bus routes. And so if you don't have bus transportation here because you don't have the volume of people, bringing in 278 units is going to help you get a bus route. We have seen that in Oxnard, where after an area increases its population, we're able to get more buses there. So I guess that's the other side of the coin, But I think this community is going to be a good community. And I think in terms of the state of California, we have an obligation to house folks. We also have SOAR in this county, and so we've got to house people somewhere. And if we can't go out, we're going to have to go up. And that's just the 21st century. We can't hold back the clock, I guess. Or else there'd be nobody in the schools, because everybody will just be beyond childbearing years. And one of the big things we've seen around the county is that schools are closing because they're losing students. Why are they losing students? Because young families can't afford to live in this county. And that's serious. You know, just in the district where I am, they lost 200 kindergartners this year. And so they had to scramble because they had to tell some teachers, we don't have a place. So there's more to it than just looking at one thing and looking at it just from your point of view. We have to look at it holistically.
Thank you very
And
much.
we've done the best that we can. You know, we are agreeing to the ladder and the shared parking, and that's about what we can do at this point. And with the traffic, I'm not convinced that if we took one route or the other that it would solve anything. It would just create another problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you run away, can I ask you a question about the shared parking?
Sure.
Okay. First of all, will the current tenant have to sign an agreement to that shared parking agreement?
Well, see, it's the owner. The shopping center owner's control. And at this point, we've got a good situation because it's the same. So it will be recorded.
Well, you've got a tenant. Will that tenant have to sign? I don't know what that tenant's agreement is with the landowner, but will that tenant have an opportunity to reject, or do you really have control on that, or is there a condition
Well,
there?
I think you do, because as a tenant, and in terms of the ability to park for your, you know, if that pizza place goes on 24 hours a day, then, you know, he could. But if it's vacant land, yes, and these happen all the time.
Well, look, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure. I'm not asking to see the agreement. I don't care. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Does the applicant have sufficient control over that question so that the tenant that's currently there will not be able to block that agreement?
Right. Well,
Is that
I would
yes or
say
no?
that there's leases, and I don't know what the state of that lease is, how long it is, but obviously at the time that lease becomes up, then that's
I think you
That's how
should
you
go to,
tie it
before
in.
you go to the city council, if you go to the city council, well, I know you will, but you should have that question resolved.
okay.
Okay? Let me ask you another question.
Mhm.
Under the HAA, you, I think, could make an argument that you've met your parking requirement. You're not mandated to provide this parking agreement. Is the applicant willing to make this a condition? A written condition that it has to be provided?
The shared parking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
We had agreed to that and that we would record it.
Very good. Thank you. Those are the two questions I had.
Okay.
Anybody, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, if there's no further questions, we're going to close the public testimony of the hearing. Are there any comments or questions from members of the Planning Commission? Let's stick with questions first, and then we'll do comments later.
I have some questions of staff. Okay. This is for anybody. By the way, that project that you showed, that apartment building that you showed, that was on Magnolia in the San Fernando Valley, that was really close to the sidewalk, 4-story building. It's interesting that you selected that project to show, because that is at the intersection of Kester and Magnolia. It's cross street from a post office. That particular project is 4 stories high in the front and on the side on Kester. All of the access to the building is through a alleyway in the back of the project. There is no exiting out onto Magnolia of any kind. And the back of that building is 2 stories where it's adjacent to a 2-story single-family home. And as you come in one unit, it goes to 3 stories, and it's really just 3 units deep. And as you come up to the front unit, it's 4 stories. So it pancakes down so that the project is 2 stories high next to the 2-story people behind it. Interesting that you selected that one.
It's next to my mom's house.
Now we know where your mom lives.
I know that. Yeah. Ooh. Anyway, that's fine. All right. So let me ask a couple questions. Could you put up the slide that showed
21?
No, a different one. Can you put up the slide that shows the project in general? From obviously the overhead of the project. That's fine. Okay. So it's my understanding that the gates that go into the parking structure are found here and found right here. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And these are the only 2 exits out of the parking structure.
I believe there's a third one right here. So you got 1, 2, 3.
The third one there. The
Right.
the schematic I saw didn't show that. That's fine. So my question is this particular exit and this particular exit both flow out onto the parking lot of the commercial parcel, correct?
Correct.
All right, so everybody who's coming out of here will, in essence, it's like going out into a parking lot of somebody else's business where there's an ongoing business, there's people getting out of their cars, they're walking across the driveways to get into the businesses, et cetera. They will be sharing their driveways during business hours.
Correct.
All right. This one over here, can you tell me the distance or the approximate distance from here down to here? And I don't really need to know the number of feet so much as the number of cars that you have identified that would queue up before that section was full.
Well, there is a queuing analysis in the traffic study as far as potential stacking. If you're just looking to see how many cars could stack, it'd be, you could assume a 20-foot car length times each parking space is 18 feet, so I could do a quick calculation.
Each parking space is 18 feet wide?
They're 9 feet wide, and there's about 18 right there from Alamo to that first garage.
So 18 times 9, that'd be 7290, it'd be 172. Okay, 172 divided by 20, you're looking at 8 cars. Maybe about 8 cars, right?
Right.
Okay. So the reason I ask this is because, we heard some testimony from folks who live on this, who drive on this particular street, and a lot more testimony that was up here. And my anxiety is, and I think that the gentleman who brought the PowerPoint presentation was talking about persons who would be limited in getting out of here, waiting for the opportunity to make a left-hand turn, perhaps being frustrated. And I think about when I go to a grocery store and you pull up and you're behind somebody who's trying to exit the parking lot like you are, and if they're trying to make a left-hand turn, if they're trying to make a right-hand turn, say, I'll get out of here pretty quick. But if they're trying to make a left-hand turn, it may take quite some time before you get a chance to actually pull up to the intersection. And I always, at my earnest best, try to make right-hand turns out of driveways. But if people are trying to make left-hand turns, I have some anxiety as to whether or not this will queue up and get into a situation where you've got a line that backs all the way up into the parking area. Now, I say this because at some point I'm going to ask Mr. Peros to tell us what it is that we are actually addressing tonight. I had a conversation with him earlier today. This is not the whole project we're looking at. There's a lot of things that, if this were ever approved, it's going to have to come back to the Planning Commission, and I don't know if the City Council, just the Planning Commission, I think, for things such as design elements and all the things that normally come. This is really just I'll let him explain it, but we are not looking at the entirety of the project, approving everything, and once this happens, it's 23 Skidoo, let's go. Is that correct?
What I would say is that after tonight, it goes to the City Council, and they may ultimately approve the project if the Planning Commission passes this on, or whatever may happen there. After that, what happens is the project goes to building plan check, and so they're going to review it for building and safety and for compliance. And if this is exactly what gets built, then it goes through plan check. Sometimes the project may get modified along the way. Maybe through building safety, fire code, for whatever reasons, they realize they need to make some modifications. Some of those we do at the staff level, but if it's a very complex change, we might bring that back to the Planning Commission to show a modification to the project. But by and large, if this is exactly what gets built, it may not need to come back to the Planning Commission.
Okay. Well, in that case, because I was really surprised, frankly, that there wasn't an exit up here so that people could get out. I'm not enthusiastic about cars all fading out into a ongoing business and competing with people who are transacting business. That would probably push people more over here. I am enthusiastic at some point talking about a right in, right out right there, because I do believe that when you go back to the grocery store situation, you pull up and there's a bunch of people trying to get out. If they're all going right, you're getting out pretty quick. If anybody's going left, you're dragging. It's going to take some extra time, and if you have a whole bunch of people here trying to make a left-hand turn, not only do you have the competition with this exit and the gentleman who showed all the conflicts going out here. He didn't show the conflicts of vehicles that are moving in these directions and having to fit in, having to merge in. So that's another set of opportunities for a conflict. Not only the vehicles that are turning left, the vehicles that are turning right from this one, you're left from this one, there's a conflict. Cars driving in from here to turn left into the project, but you're turning left out of it, there's a conflict. You've also got to merge in with these vehicles. And I also noticed in the traffic study when it was talking about line of sight, the line of sight was the question of, how far down this way, 300 and something feet, as I recall, was the requirement, so that you could see that you had a safe distance. But I didn't see any analysis about people coming from this direction, so you've got to look this way to see if there's cars coming, you have to look this way to see if there's cars coming, and you've got line of sight issues, perhaps because vehicles are queued up. I didn't see any analysis on that. Maybe I missed it, and so I'll give you the opportunity to disabuse me of the notion that it wasn't there. Was it there?
I will disabuse you of that notion.
So you did the analysis, both
the analysis
vehicles
is done
coming
in both
east
directions.
and west?
That is correct, for every single driveway.
And what distance did you use for going?
It's based on the speed limit. So if 45 miles per hour would be I don't know off the top of my head, but I believe it's 360 feet.
360? Okay. At 45?
At 45. I would have to double check that.
When was the last time we had a speed study out there?
2015.
And so 85% of the vehicles were traveling over the speed of 40. Is that correct? So that gives you
85% of the vehicles were traveling 45 miles per hour or less.
So 15. So as
15%
maximum, 15% was traveling faster than 45.
Would exceed 45 miles per hour. However, I don't know what the 85th percentile speed is. The 85th percentile is not the speed limit.
Help me understand this. When you were talking about performance of the traffic issues and the traffic trips, et cetera, that all goes to the issue of congestion and performance of how many cycles it takes to get through the intersection, correct?
No, not for the metric that we use. We use what's known as intersection capacity utilization, which determines how many vehicles are actually using each lane of the intersection in the PM or AM peak hour.
Okay, and then how do you go from A to B?
I believe it's been a while. It's been a long time since I've written a study. A is up to, I believe, 0.6, so 60%. And then 0.6 to 0.7 would be B, 0.7 to 0.8 would be C, 0.8 to 0.9 would be D.
70% of what?
Of the capacity of the intersection. So each lane can have up to 1,800 vehicles per hour in it.
You heard the gentleman who said that he went out and actually did a physical count of the number of vehicles that he saw during a peak time.
Yes.
What's your reaction to that?
Does not surprise me.
So earlier you were talking about these streets having 500. You were talking about the question of whether or not there was a correlation between the number of vehicles that were driving on a street and the safety issues that were involved. You identified some scholarly reports that you had reviewed.
Correct.
And they all talked about that there's no correlation to any additional traffic collisions if you have 500 vehicles or less per hour. You recall that?
Yes.
Well, he was identifying 300 and something in 10 minutes. So you just told me it doesn't surprise you that he identified those numbers. It seems to me that that sounds like well over 500 per hour during those peak hours. Would that be accurate?
That would be accurate. So with regard to streets, we have what's known as a peak hour factor. So there's a certain percentage of traffic that occurs during a 15-minute period of the hour. Certain intersections, certain segments of a roadway can have a higher peak hour factor. They can be more peaky, so you will see more vehicles occur during a certain period of time than you would for the rest of the period of time. Given the proximity to schools, I would imagine that there would be a larger percentage of, or a large peak hour factor that would occur during a certain period of time. However, the rest of that time period, if you were to look at the full hour, you would probably see a dramatic drop-off of the number of vehicles that would occur after that.
Okay, we don't really know if he was out there when it was school drop-off time or not.
He said he was out there at 7:30, so that's pretty close to what's, I don't recall what he said exactly, but that is during the peak hour, so anywhere between 7 and 9.
Would you agree with me that when we take a look at safety issues, that we should take a look not at large samples, but at the most onerous examples, the most dangerous times? We have sound study that we require certain people to do when they do projects, that it just appalls me because it's over like a 12 or 24-hour period. Well, at night it's real quiet, and at daytime it's pretty loud. But if you're there during the daytime and it's really loud, it's horrible. And so if we're taking a look at traffic things, we're trying to take a look at the safety issues. Would you agree with me that we should be taking a look at at peak opportunities, those most dangerous times, when trying to evaluate whether or not something is reasonably safe?
No, I would not agree with that statement.
Okay, so we should spread it out for a couple of 3 hours, and if it's particularly dangerous for 15 or 20 minutes, then we can just disregard that because the average is that it's not so bad.
First, to make the statement that a certain period of time is more dangerous than another is not a factual statement. It's a fallacious statement. So it's not, you can't pick out a certain period of time and say this is going to be the most dangerous. And each intersection will have its own particular context. This intersection in particular, from 2013 to 2019, so the data that we have ending the year, there were 16 crashes at the intersection. That has, on a statistical level, a crash rate of 0.035 crashes per million vehicles entering the intersection over that time period. If you go relative based on the statewide average, it's 0.043. So is this intersection more dangerous than another? I can't make that determination. Is this intersection more dangerous compared to another intersection in the city of Simi Valley? It's entirely a possibility. However, that's probably not necessarily the case.
Are those accidents? Are those accidents just at the intersection, or do they also include any portion of the streets that go north and south and east and west?
Those accidents are within the intersection within approximately 100 feet. So they would be considered based on how the Simi Valley PD programs the coding in the software that we use, whether it's intersection related if it's within 100 feet.
Within 100 feet?
Yes.
All right. Step away from that for now. I want to talk, and so this isn't necessarily directed at you. And I apologize for even you saying that comment. None of this was directed at you. I meant that I was hoping that you would be able to provide, the answers. Okay. I'd like to take a look at, well, I had asked. Actually, this is for you. I had asked you last time about. Well, let me take a step back. Could you do me a favor and briefly repeat why? Your analysis before about why there is no third party. We can't use our own analysis, our own codes per state law. We can't use our own analysis regarding safety issues. We have to go seek out to make sure that there's some objectivity to it, apparently, third party sources. Is that accurate?
Based on my understanding of the law, yes, that is accurate.
Okay. And you said that there was no law that you could find. There was scholarly studies, but there was no specific objective sets of rules and guidelines that you could find that would apply specific to this project, and therefore, as a result, we could not make a finding regarding safety for this particular project as to the roadways and the access points. Is that accurate?
That is correct. There are no standards for driveway spacing.
Okay. I passed out a document, and I would hope that somebody would, maybe Mr. Caceres could share his, or maybe anybody down there. This is from the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration. It's called Access Management Driveways. Beginning the second paragraph, it says every driveway represents potential conflict points between motor vehicles, pedestrians, and bicyclists. The number and complexity of these conflict points relate to the safety performance of the roadway. Okay. Therefore, the access should be managed through thoughtful consideration of context, function, and location. It goes down. It says access management. This is just before the bullets. And the second bullet, so it says access management can accomplish the following. The second bullet is address the safety of all users and minimize the frequency and severity of related crashes. Okay? So I understand also that the laws require us, the state laws require us to have analyses which are objective, correct?
That is correct.
So would you agree that objective essentially means fact-based, as opposed to somebody just saying, I don't like it, and therefore it's, subjectively I think that's, I don't like it, I think it's unsafe. So the more facts that you can put to a question, the more objective that analysis becomes.
Facts, statistics, yes.
Sure. So under context on the same page, it says characteristics of the surrounding roadway should be considered as the agency discusses, agency would be us in this case, agency discusses the location and scale of the driveway with the property owner. Next sentence, it says other information may be needed to properly review the access points such as, and it has bullets, speed of the adjacent roadway, volume and types of traffic on the roadway, including cyclists, pedestrians, type and number of heavy vehicles, spacing of existing driveways, property lines of neighboring parcels, and traffic impacts generated by the property. On the next page, it talks about the degree of access, and it talks about limited sight distance that does not allow adequate time to judge traffic, reducing the number of conflicts, of conflicting movements to increase safety for all road users, in close proximity to complex intersections, example given, signalized, busy commercial entrances. Okay. And I will ask you to take a look at the last page there in the center of it under driveway density. It refers to the Highway Safety Manual where it talks about, now this is rural. I couldn't find one that was specific to suburban. But in this particular one, we're talking about, in the second sentence, it says, as discussed in the Highway Safety Manual, areas where affected access management has been implemented have experienced a 5 to 23% reduction in all crashes along two-lane rural highways. So apparently somebody has done some analysis and suggests that access management reduces traffic accidents, and it talks about, and this is, what's interesting is that the federal government has all these guidelines, but it also talks about how the U.S. Supreme Court has barred the U.S. government from imposing these rules on states. So this really seems, I guess you could say that this is a, you know,
exercise in futility.
An exercise, yeah. Well, there are federal roads out there, so what the heck? So it talks about sight distances here, and it talks about 40 miles per hour, safe sight distance looking left at 445 feet, safe sight distance looking right at 385 feet. Now, I bring all this up because it seems to me that there's at least one objective analysis that provides for us to base a conclusion that there are objective analysis and standards that we can use, or at least consider that something exists that says, you know what, there's a safety issue that's presented by these kinds of accesses, that there is a third-party, objective, fact-based analysis out there, and that because of this, that first question of safety is still in the game. It still exists. Now, I'm not asking anybody to agree with me on that. I'm just sort of stating my position on this particular, and I'm hoping that, you know, I appreciate very much the answers that you gave with respect to that.
I have a comment.
Would I be able to respond to that comment?
If you'd like to, sure.
Yes. The one thing that...
Before you do, I just want to make sure, this is a document that was submitted for the first time at tonight's hearing?
This is a document I actually submitted, I believe by email some time ago, but maybe I submitted a different document.
Right. Okay, well, and I think also fundamental fairness, the applicant would have had a chance to review this. You can make it part of the record now, perhaps for...
Yeah, I think I brought 6 or 7 pages, versions. Thank you.
Well, what I'm saying is I'm not too sure you can make a decision based on this tonight, on this document for tonight without prior notice.
Okay, understood. Well, actually, I'm not going to, so that all works out. Okay.
So, if I may, the one thing that this document does not provide and that I wasn't able to find in my research is that there is no standard being presented. So the documents that we found, of course, agreed with the conclusion that the increase in density of access points on a street increases the potential for conflicts that may result in collisions. However, when looking at a manual that is adopted by the state, for instance, the Caltrans Highway Design Manual, I am presented with a standard that says for 45 miles per hour, the sight distance is X. Mm-hmm. For a road that has 45 miles an hour and I want to have, and there is a curve that has an 800-foot radius, that in order to achieve 45 miles per hour comfortable speed, I need to have a super elevation, that is the bank of the roadway needs to be X percentage. That is an objective standard. This merely says, don't put your driveways close together, but we're not going to tell you how close they can be.
Well, it seems to me that it would be kind of impossible to act, I mean, what you just talked about seems objective to me, and I would hope that we would be able to apply that. I'm just sort of getting to the question, because you said early on that, and the staff report seems to say, that we don't have a basis upon which to do this evaluation, and therefore there's no potential basis for a finding that safety issues would, could be used to consider denial of the project. I'm not saying that this is, and look, I appreciate, and I would make the argument that in addition to all of this, it has to be severe, that's in there, or significant rather, which is an objective, a subjective standard if I ever heard one. So the state writes in a subjective standard while screaming and yelling in the same thing, that everything has to be objective. Well, not screaming and yelling, they're not in caps. But what I'm driving at is this. I think that we need to, if this goes to the City Council, I think that it needs a better analysis, and I hope that the staff report at some point gets to the point where it says, you know what, there is sufficient objective information upon which we can consider the stuff that Mr. Nestor provided to us. Now, apparently he was wrong on a vehicle code thing, so this all has to be analyzed. But I sort of did all this work because it seemed so wrong to me that the state comes up with this rule, and I have to assume that what they're trying to provide for us is to be useful. The way that we were interpreting it, in my opinion, and I realize I'm not the city attorney, and so I'm not the person who's really, I'm making my argument is what I'm saying, is that I think that there is a substantial, objective, measurable way to analyze whether or not there's a significant safety issue upon which there can be analysis, that the decision maker, the agency, can decide whether or not there is this danger. Or, see, even the idea of dangerousness is it's so indefinable. So, because it's really, everything can be safe, everything can be unsafe, but is it unreasonably safe, or is it unreasonably dangerous? Is it not sufficiently, safe? So, I hope that if this goes, that the analysis as it goes forward, maybe modifies that question a little bit, because I think it's there. I mean, I looked at this, very carefully. I also want to take one real quick, and I'm going to pass on, talk about the bases upon which a project can be evaluated for approval, approval with conditions, or denial. And the way the HAA reads, and I think the city attorney may read it differently, but the way I look at it is you can either deny it, and in order to deny it, you have to demonstrate that there is a significant, et cetera, safety issue, et cetera. There are a total of 5 ways that you can get it done. The only one that makes sense in our environment here is safety. But it also talks about you can approve with conditions. And it's so long as you don't make the project infeasible. So that if you have something and the project can be modified, if we have standards, we can, and it's not subject to a concession, but it's subject to a requested waiver. You can deny the waiver if you can also show that it doesn't make the project infeasible. Okay? Any pushback on that? Very good. Okay.
Okay, who else wants to follow that one?
I don't know, questions, comments.
Okay, any questions? And then we'll go to comments.
Are we discussing this project on the whole tonight?
Yes.
Okay. And is there discussion that we can maybe ask the applicant about the entrance and the exit on that north side of that parking lot as a condition, or if they'd be willing to consider that? Is a discussion that Commissioner Hodge mentioned as a...
I have to reopen public testimony?
You can ask the applicant, please.
Okay, can the applicant, I'm going to reopen the public hearing. We have a question of the applicant. Go ahead.
So Commissioner Hodge talked about the challenges of the entrance and exit of the parking structure being both on only one side and the other, and potentially putting a entrance and exit on that north side. Is that something that the applicant?
Talking about an additional one? No, that would change the whole project. You're saying if we found another place to put an exit, or are you talking about reworking?
I think he's talking about reworking. So you would maybe shut off one of the exits, on the west side, so that you could actually pick up some parking spaces, and you take it away from the north side and lose a couple parking spaces. But you just move the gate so that instead of pulling out directly into that parking structure, into that commercial parking area, you're pulling out into the, in essence, fire lane, which is a fire lane only when the fire department is there. But you're pulling out directly under the north side into that northern alleyway, as opposed to into the commercial parking area.
Up here. Kill one of these and put it up here.
Correct.
And where would they, you're talking about changing the design of the parking structure.
Well,
is that what you're talking about?
well,
So that instead of the people coming out this way, they'd come out that way?
No, the opposite. So maybe you eliminate this space, or you eliminate this one, probably this one, and then you pick up some parking, and you put an opening over here and lose a couple parking spaces, but you pick it up over here. So, and then you would have actually 3 exits, and you would have this going directly out onto the alleyway or the northern driveway that avoids going through the parking area. It avoids going through this commercial zone.
And what is the health and safety issue you're raising within the
I think I'm looking at the overall quality of the project. If you have 3 exits and they're not all in the same area, like these 2 are, these pouring out into a parking area of a commercial development, I think that it makes more sense to go out onto a area that's dedicated for travel, as opposed to competing with people pulling out of their, pulling out. You got to, look for people who are walking. It just makes more sense to me. It seems safer. It seems more intelligent to go out the north.
Well, I think what I'd be prepared to say, and I'd have to consult with my client, but that is something we could definitely look at. In terms of conditioning the project to it at this point, I don't think we're in a position to do that, because we would have to look in terms of all the flow within the parking lot to make sure that everybody can get out of the parking lot.
Where is the parking?
It's right there.
That whole area is.
That whole area is parking. See, there's 616 parking spaces on this site. Everybody thinks it's like small, but that's all parking. So I guess you're talking about the flow out of the parking lot.
Yeah.
Well, you could keep this as it is. This parking spot right here, I guess that's to make it easy for people to come in, get out of their car, and talk to the leasing agent, perhaps. I don't know. But it seems to me that if you're going to have 3 exits, you separate them, you put them in an area where you're pulling directly out into a area that is not nearly as congested or trafficked. It just makes more sense. If this was your basic standard project, we would be jumping up and down saying, that makes better sense. And most applicants would say, I think you're right, let me look at that.
Well, all I'm saying is that at this point, after all we've been through, I am not going to make a commitment without having it run by our engineer to say whether it works or not.
Okay.
Now, in terms of what we can do, is if this thing is passed on, whether it's with a recommendation or without, to the city council, by the time we get to the city council, which I think is March the 9th or something, that we can have an answer to that.
Okay.
But I'm not prepared to make an answer to that today.
Mr. Tolson?
Did that answer your question, Mr. Tolson?
It does.
Okay.
That was it for me.
Okay, hang on, while the applicant is up, do we have any other questions from Planning Commission for the applicant. Okay, thank you for...
There's just one with respect to objective standards that is defined. It's not something, it's very specifically defined in the statute. And I don't think that what we have in front of us would fall within that, would be supportable.
I have the statute. Can you tell me the section?
Sure. It's 65589D2. And if I can put, actually, I think it's in the staff report, right, where you quote it. Let me see if I can get my hand on that. I should have marked it. Where there's the discussion here.
Okay, I have D2 in front of me.
Okay. So, D2, it says, as used in this paragraph, a specific adverse impact means a significant quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written, public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete.
Yes, I think what you just said, though, is that the word objective is identified. Objective is not identified on here.
But it's based on what's in
Yes.
and that's where I think the pulling something out of the federal doesn't cut it because it doesn't really apply.
Well, we're not allowed to use our own guidelines, and so the question is are we allowed to use a third party?
Well,
we have to identify. Yes, we did. Look, I don't want to get in an argument with you.
Yeah, it's
good.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Sure.
Okay, no other questions. We're going to go back to closing the public comment, or the public hearing. We're back to questions of staff. Okay, I have one question. So this is regarding this intersection here. Is that you said, I believe, that you can turn left into a driveway?
That is correct. It is not illegal to turn left across a double yellow line.
Can we turn, if we're coming out, can we turn left onto a roadway?
Yes.
Okay. So either way, you can do a left-hand turn coming in, or you can do a left-hand turn coming out.
Unless it is specifically prohibited, yes, you may make a left turn across a double yellow line.
Thank you.
Coming to or from a driveway.
Perfect. Any other questions? Okay, let's go with commissioner comments. Mr. Hodge. Commissioner Hodge.
I think that somebody else should go first.
Okay. We'll go with the new guy. Commissioner Tolson, we'll let you go first.
Sure. I think our hands are somewhat tied in terms of what we are supposed to be doing in terms of approving or disapproving. The developers met with the city planning staff, has gone through all the different criteria, met with the fire department, the school district, all that stuff, and played the game like they were supposed to, played with the rules that they were given, and as a result, they have concessions and waivers that are allowed and that go into the density bonus and the low-income housing. The city's designated this portion of Tappa Street as a mixed-use area, an opportunity zone. And the criteria of the Housing Accountability Act, I think we need to approve this project. I think this project will be better than what's there now. The unfortunate part is that we have citizens here who have been raised to think that the majority rules, and that if the majority of the people here say no, that we should get the no answer. Unfortunately, we have state elected officials who we, as a majority of people, voted for or against, who have made the rules upon which we are set before us. And so, even though that, and I am impressed by the number of times we've come and continue to come, and whether you voice your opinion, whether it's at the neighborhood council or here or before the city council, it's, this is how you feel. And it's unfortunate that we have state mandates that say If we don't pass this, then we will not have future control over other projects within our city. And so, based upon how the rules that were placed before us and the rules that our developers gone with, I think we have to approve this.
Okay. Vice Chair Castleberry.
So the commission sent a pretty strong message with our first vote, which was 5-0 in opposition. However, due to the failure of cities to build enough housing, the state has stepped in to get cities to take the housing shortage seriously. However, I do disagree with the one-size-fits-all approach, which punishes cities like Simi Valley, who do a better job of building housing than our neighbors. We are among the best home builders in Ventura County. We actually do a better job at tackling the housing crisis. I think this project could have been significantly better, and I'm disappointed that the developer didn't want to work more with us to get a truly amazing project out of this parcel. We could have done so much with this parcel, just like with the farmer's parcel, and the community is going to lose out on both projects. While it doesn't help with this project, and this project did begin long before I was on the commission, so I had no say in this project for the first 3 years of its existence. I have been imploring the city, this commission, and the council to take a more proactive approach with housing. We need to address our housing needs earlier in the cycle rather than wait till the last 2 years and be forced to approve everything that comes before us. That's not the way the city grew. This is not the way we want the city to grow. We cannot, as city leaders and as citizens, be complacent any longer when housing projects come before us. If we find a housing project that is somewhat amenable to us, we need to show up to public hearings and speak in favor. Because if we can get decent projects built, enough smaller, decent projects, we won't have these large type of projects anymore. Get forced down our throats. Our citizens deserve and expect better from us than this lax approach of the city council and that the city has taken for years in regards to housing. We cannot allow this to happen again with this project of this scale. That being said, the letter from the state has limited our options, and I do not want to waste taxpayer money on a lawsuit we will not win. Not only will we not win, we will lose all discretion over housing projects in the state for years. And we can see many more of these built throughout the city. I don't believe that a lot of people understand the gravity of what losing our housing certification means. It means a judge, not in Simi Valley, may not even be in Ventura, makes decisions on what gets built, what our zoning is, what projects get put through with a conditional use permit. There will be no public hearing. You won't be able to speak your mind. That is the last thing we want. And that's the thing that I'm adamant to avoid. Despite some of the arguments tonight that I thought were very creative, and I want to compliment the gentleman that brought the PowerPoint because we have never seen that before, and it really shows that you did your homework and you really did try to make a persuasive case, and I thought it was persuasive, but not to the point where it would preempt the state law. The city derives its authority from the state. Without the state, we have no legal authority. So we cannot sue the state because under state law, all of our legal power comes from them. There's not much we can do as a city. I'm reluctant to vote yes because I think we could do much more. But given the reality and the facts before us, there's no choice but to vote yes on this project.
Okay, Commissioner Rice.
Okay. Well, like everyone else here, I voted against this project when it first came, and I've really anguished over this project, and I mean that word. I've really anguished over it and prayed over this project, which I normally don't do. And this has driven me crazy, quite honestly. I feel like this developer's taken advantage of us, doing everything possible to find a way to build a project that essentially nobody wants. Nobody wants this project, and it's ugly. It really is. It doesn't belong here. It's exactly what people in Simi Valley don't want. And I up here have never had a developer who was less willing to make any changes or improve a project ever. That's very disheartening to me. That being said, this is the Kobayashi Maru. It's the unwinnable situation. There is really no way out of this for us. I really hope the gentleman who talked about setting up a legal fund, I think you should do that. We're talking, what, $2-3 million probably to fight this, and you're probably going to lose. But you know what? That's about your only real choice. The person who said eminent domain, oh my God, no. That's going down a slippery slope, and that's horrible. Even though I feel like I have to make a decision, and even though it's the decision I don't want to make, I think this ultimately has to move on to the city council, which is the final authority on this, not us. So that's what it is. One last thing on the school impacts. I know for a fact Valley View has plenty of space for students, and I know for a fact that Santa Susana does as well. I'm not so sure about Township, but I don't know that. And also the bus route, the city council can change the bus route if that's something.
It's in the process of being changed right now.
So that's if that's something that would be helpful, this would be the time to do it. That being said, I feel like our hands are tied, and, you know, so I don't really have a choice. So.
Commissioner Hodge.
The truth of it is in the 7 years that I've sat up here, I think we've turned down one project, one residential project, and that was not so long ago, and somebody wanted to take a very low density, project and turn it into a sort of a high density project in an area that just didn't belong in. That was the one and only time. This city has been incredibly open to changing zoning, to adding density, to doing things, and one of the things that frustrates the bejeepers out of me is that the standard is as built. So we approve all these projects, and if they don't get built, we don't get credit for it. Well, a developer comes, they're ready to go, they have the engineers, they do all the work, they do the design work, they come in, and then they don't get built. They come back to us 3 years after they get their entitlements, and we say, okay, you've had problems, you couldn't get the market, you couldn't get you couldn't get your money together, fine, we'll give you another 3 years to get it done. We have done everything we can to support housing and not turn it down. And I think that there's an awful lot of projects in the queue, there's an awful lot of projects that are getting built, there's a lot of projects that have been built, but because they all haven't been built, then we fall behind on our write-in numbers, our regional something needs assessment area, or whatever it's called. So I look at this and I think, so we have one project and the state's throwing this hammer at us. We have one project that we've got an issue with, and we're just getting beat up on this. We get these nasty gram letters. But I also note that this says you may be, and you may be at risk, or you could be at risk. I don't look at these letters and say, oh my goodness, we're doomed. I look at this and I say, as long as we complied with the law and we do it correctly, you know what, we should be good. Here's my thought on this. I understand that on the safety issue, which is one of the ways that you can deny a project, I'm not saying that we should, the safety issue, the city has the burden of proof. We have to show that there's that there's a significant objective, et cetera, dangerous condition that cannot be mitigated, cannot be fixed, and that's the only way you can deny the project on the basis of safety. You can say, you know what, you've got these requests for waivers, and I don't think you meet them. The waiver is provided if the developer needs the waiver in order to build the project as is. If you don't have the waiver, then it hurts you financially to the point that, or that you can't build, you can't support the affordable housing, or prevents you from building to the highest density that you're allowed. This developer came to us and wants all these limitations on the setback, wants all these waivers with respect. I think there's a condition for a setback, there's a waiver for a setback, and I don't think that, I think that the applicant, when they did this, abused the state law and did so in bad faith. And by that I mean this. They could give us what we require for our setback on this side of the building, on the west side, if they only minimize the size of each of the rooms by an inch or two. literally an inch or two, because of that number of units that they have in there and that number of rooms that they have there, guess what? We would have the setback that we normally require. Now, would that lower the fair market value of the home so they could support the affordable housing? I can't see how. Would that make it impossible for them to design to 278 units? I can't see how. I would approve the project with conditions, and I would with conditions, and the conditions would be that you've got to comply with the elements of the project for which you do not need a waiver. Instead of just coming in and saying, yeah, I need waivers, so that you can maximize this, because I don't think they're going to build it. I think they're going to sell it to somebody, and so they want the maximum number of opportunity to enhance the value for somebody else who will actually build it so they can sell it to them. I think that they easily could have provided us with a number of things that are valuable to the city, that made it a better project, that have minimized the impact to the community, and instead they decided just to go ahead and just go carte blanche. Just go carte blanche. We're just going to build whatever we want and say we need it for a waiver. I don't buy it. I think it's defensible to sit back and say, no, you don't get certain waivers. One of them is I have them listed, but I'm not, that's what I would do. I would approve this thing with conditions, and if they can't meet those conditions, well, then I guess they can't build. So that's, I said this before at the first meeting, I still believe it. I don't think we have the facts now to deny it on the basis of public safety. I would like that to go to the city council. I would like to have a little more information in the planning, not have that conclusion in the staff report that I saw this time that, well, guess what, we just can't. I think that was wrong. I said my reasons why before. And so if there's going to be a motion to approve, to recommend approval of this to the city council, I won't be able to support it. That's it.
Okay. Now it's up to me. It's been a long night. Appreciate everyone for being here. I think I recognize many of your faces from many, many times of being here, various meetings. This project actually predates me because I've been on Planning Commission about 2 years. If this was 4 years ago, we wouldn't even be having this conversation because the law didn't exist that gave this developer the opportunity to bring this project into our city. When the city made the general plan amendments and all the changes to the zoning years ago, they never foresaw the city or the state coming in with such a large hammer to beat the heck out of us to accept this project. So the city did what they thought was great 10, 15 years ago. The state came up with its rules years ago about we need to do affordable housing. The developer, and again, the developer predates me being here, I think it's taken advantage of the state law that allows them to do this. I would have liked to see the developer work better with the city and work better with the citizens in the community for coming up with a better project, but unfortunately, they are just on that razor's edge of being on this side of what the state law allows. I was obviously one of the ones that denied it. It was a 5-0 vote based on my interpretation of what I thought we could deny it on the safety concerns. Several letters have come back and forth from the state of California. Unfortunately, the state who has written the law such that, again, in my interpretation, we can't win. They're asking us to basically prove a negative. They're saying you have to have subjective responses in an objective manner for something that was done years ago. They've written the law that basically says you can't prove it, therefore you have to pass it. If you don't pass it, our hammer to you is we're going to take away your right to do anything else in your city. We're going to basically appoint ourselves as judge, jury, and executioner, and we're going to take over all your planning. Which means everything that we've worked for over the last 50 years since the city was incorporated, all the general plan amendments, all the changes, everything has gone by the wayside. That's not something, unfortunately, I'm prepared to do. I grew up in this area. Springfield, until my mother recently passed away, that was the house that I grew up in for 50 years. Mom was an original resident, occupant of the Fountainwood tract. I remember this used to be Alpha Beta, Rexall Drugs, Tasty Freeze. That was the project that was there. That's the project that this whole community deserves. This project that they're proposing is not. But unfortunately, I do not believe the city has the capability of defending an action that the state has written the law such that it cannot win. So unfortunately, the state officials that get voted in by us as a community have decided that they know better than we do, and they're going to pass these laws that basically say the cities have to do this, and if you don't do this, we're going to take away your rights. So the only way to ever fix something like this in the future is your state legislators voted for this. They either need to change it or they need to be changed. That's the whole beauty of our system. You can vote out those that vote in laws that you don't think are fair to you at the present time. I've gone back and forth. I was one of the ones that originally said the argument of the driveways are too close. Unfortunately, subjectively, we cannot defend an action that proves that because there's nothing that I can see that's objective. Commissioner Hodge has a slightly different interpretation. It's going to go to the city council no matter what. The question is whether it's going to go with our support or not. Either way, this developer will bring it to city council. City council will be the ultimate authority to decide whether or not they want to pursue the threat of the state coming after them or whether they're going to approve it. Hopefully, other projects coming down the line, we will have more control over, and the city will be able to work with future developers. We have such a small area that this development can be put into. It's a perfect storm for this developer that has taken advantage of what we did 15, 20 years ago, what the state has done, and what the state is still doing by making affordable housing, if not for that component. If they didn't have the affordable housing component, we wouldn't be having this conversation either. But because they threw that in, they're going to maximize the benefit that they can. They're walking, like I said, on that razor's edge to make it exactly the minimum the state requires and are basically riding with the state to put this project through. So,
Mr. Chair, Chairperson Mann?
Yes.
I need to addend something I said before.
Please.
Specifically with the waivers I'm talking about is the waiver number 2, commercial non-conforming aspect landscaping. Waiver number 4, side street setback, and as to waiver number 5, the front setback, I agree that they probably can't do the entirety of it, but that's the one that's 60-foot setback, but I do believe they could significantly improve on that. So I would, want to condition, so not so much that they conform specifically to it, but that they at least do something, or at least do what is available to them without reducing the density and without changing the financial aspect to improve on the size of the front setback. Those would be the conditions that I would request for approval. And I've had my say. Thank you.
Noted. I think the developer can do a lot more to make it a better project for the community, but again, they're going to do what they want to do to maximize it and stay within that tight confine of what the state law allows because of recent law changes and especially because of the density bonus. I think I've said my piece.
I just, before we entertain a motion or read the resolution to the record, I do want to read, the city attorney, assistant city attorney and I met with the applicant's attorney regarding the 2 conditions. I simply want to read them into the record.
Okay.
Okay. So this is condition 831, proposed condition 831. Applicant must submit to the Deputy Environmental Services Director, City Planner, for review and approval a shared parking agreement on the commercial parcel to allow after-hours parking of vehicles used for tenants and guests of the residential parcel. Again, the applicant we met with her, and she said earlier tonight that she was okay with that condition, correct? And then proposed condition B.
Is there a specific number that we're going to attach to that, to the packet?
Yeah, that's 831.
831?
Yeah.
And we're reading that into also the resolution?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the other condition would be B23A, that the applicant must construct under the direction of the city traffic engineer, quote, ladder-style crosswalk striping for the Tapua Street and Alamo Street intersection, all 4 sides of the street, period. And that's what the applicants concur, correct? And they concur.
Okay. May I please have a reading of the resolution?
Resolution number SVPC 032020, a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Simi Valley recommending to the City Council approval of PDS 1045, TPS 685, and the project's environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring and reporting program as amended.
Does as amended suffice to the city attorney?
That's right. Mr. Paris has just read into the record the two conditions that the applicant has voluntarily agreed to. So
got it.
It's part of the packet, project, and now the resolution.
Perfect. The chair will now entertain a motion.
I move to adopt a resolution recommending approval of PD-S-1045, TP-S-685, the environmental impact report, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program as amended.
Motion was made by...
And conditioned?
And conditioned.
Thank you. Motion was made by Vice Chair Castleberry. May I have a second?
Second.
Second was made by Commissioner Rice. Call for the vote. The motion passes. There's no appeal period for PDS 1045 and TPS 685. These items will proceed to the City Council with the Planning Commission's recommendations. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much for coming. There's still more if you want to hang around, but I think most of you came for this. The City Council meeting is when that this is going to be heard?
March 9th.
March 9th is when the City Council meeting will be hearing the same exact thing. Please come on back.
And at least I'll qualify, that's what it's tentatively scheduled for.
Okay. Okay. Where am I on my list? We're going to continue business. Public hearings, other, new business, oral communications and reports.
Thank you, Chairman Mann. At the last City Council meeting, we had scheduled a couple of planning-related items, but those are both continued due to a noticing issue. So next Monday night, there will be a general plan pre-screening for a proposed project over here on Township, and the appeal of the SRO project will be heard by the City Council on February 24th. Otherwise, we will be having a meeting in 2 weeks. We have a few items for you.
224 for the SRO?
Yes.
And 39 for this one. Do any of the commissioners have anything to report?
I have a couple.
Okay.
I attended a meeting at the Simi Valley Library on the date of the last City Council meeting, which escapes me, hosted by Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation. They are bringing back the project next to the Senior Center that many mansions had proposed, but it's different. I was actually quite pleased. The initial public reaction was not positive, but by the end of the meeting, the public actually really liked Cabrillo, and they're starting to work. They want to work with Cabrillo to come up with a project that's in everyone's agreement. So I believe that'll be coming to us. The application hasn't been submitted yet, but it will be soon. Also, we have our committee meeting coming up of Commissioner Rice and myself for the RV parking ordinance on February 11th, and that I'm excited to look for. I'm looking forward to working on that, and of course, we have the Planning Commissioners Academy coming up on March 4th through 6th that I'll be attending with Commissioner Tolson.
Oh, I just put my agenda away. Hang on a minute. Any other commissioners have anything to report?
No, but I do have a question of staff, maybe. There was an article or actually it was commentary in the Acorn about pre-approving accessory dwelling units, certain models of accessory dwelling units. Is that something we could talk about at some time in the future?
Sure. We're probably going to be bringing to the Planning Commission and ultimately the City Council an amendment to our accessory dwelling unit ordinance. A lot of laws took effect as of January 1st, and we're still trying to catch up with some of those. One way some of the cities are trying to streamline this is to have pre-approved building plans, maybe various sizes and models that homeowners don't have to, create their own wheel. They can do something that's already been, maybe the building plans have been adopted, and if it's the right size and it fits on their lot, they can incorporate it on the property. Some cities have done that. We haven't quite got to that stage yet, but if it's something that the commission wants to
I would like for us to
encourage.
consider that.
Yeah, so when we bring our ordinance to you, we can have a further conversation.
All right.
Anything else to report? Mobile Home Rent Mediation Board.
Nothing tonight?
Tree Advisory Board.
Nothing tonight.
This concludes the meeting of February 5th, 2020. The next scheduled meeting is it
In 2 weeks, I'm sorry, February 19th.
2/19. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, good night.